Hello everyone and welcome to my first ever 100 days video. So this is going to be my 100 days in Minecraft video. The mobs are not on, so I will be using a mod where I can create mob drops and stuff like that I need in peaceful mode. So we will have that loaded. This intro is live, but the rest of it will be a voiceover. I tried to edit as best I could. I'm still not the greatest at editing, but I did give it a good run. But I hope you guys enjoy this 100 days, and you guys can let me know what you think at the end of the video.
Alrighty, so here we go. So I went ahead and I joined the world, which took a hot second for some weird reason. When I loaded in, it took me kind of a second to get my bearings. I was just kind of looking around for a bit, and I started looking for my bonus chest because I did turn that on before I started the game. You guys can call it cheating. I really don't care, but I did give myself a bonus chest, which I then was able to find, and I was able to grab everything in the chest, including the torches. So, all right, here, I had found a house, like across the little ravine. I had mined some coal already, so I was on to a pretty good start, I thought. So I had lots of coal and everything, but I found this cute little safe house and decided we were going to loot it because why the heck not? Took me a while to find the door. The door was kind of on the odd side, but it's okay. We found it. It's fine. So I went in and grabbed literally everything I could. So lots of carrots, bread. I also grabbed the hay bales because I figured those would be a good start to do my animal breeding once I was able to find a homestead and get animals, because that's always, a very good first step to have. So yeah, I just went through every room and looted. I did consider taking one of the beds from this place, but decided not to, because, I wanted a little more of a challenge. So as you can see here, I went back and grabbed even more of their hay bales, and I also looted the chest, which, for some reason didn't want to open for a second, but I found lots and lots of food again. I also found 2 treasure maps. Quick side note on that from later, I don't think I ever went and so far, I hadn't explored those, and I don't think I ever did in the 100 days, which is maybe a miss out, I don't know, but I did get those maps, and just looked around. I did pick up the smoker or blast furnace, whatever it was, and I also stole the crafting table because I was just too lazy to make one. I also grabbed the bookshelves because, as we all know, books are quite valuable. I don't think that villager was very happy with me, as he came in and kind of hung at me and then shut the door on me. So I don't think he was exactly thrilled that I took all of the books, but it's okay. It's all mine now. So anyway, I headed out of the little safe house and found that there were these, I'm guessing they were supposed to be wagons, and yeah, I would assume they're wagons. So I looted all of those, grabbed myself some more bread, carrots, potatoes, which was great, as potatoes would certainly help me. I didn't grab all the wheat from these makeshift wagons because I didn't think that they were needed, and I think I thought I had enough. I had enough hay bales to not have to worry. So I did then go ahead and look around and threw my axe like a ding dong. But I looked around, kind of seeing which direction I wanted to head into. Since this world was new and I didn't really know where to go, so a lot of it was just running around trying to figure out where I wanted to go. I did see some pigs and some goats, and yes, I call them goats in this mod because the mod that I'm using, it makes them look like goats. So yes, I do call them goats. My apologies. But yes, I saw some goats and some wild horses, and then I saw some oak trees and started to kind of head over that direction. I did finally find this ravine that looked interesting. So I headed down that way, especially since there was horses down here. So, and there was this cute, absolute cute little buckskin baby. I was obsessed. I was absolutely obsessed. It was great. So I headed down here and I did some more mining because there was coal around, and coal is always an extraordinarily good resource to have. This was probably like the world that I had the best start in when it comes to like coal, because I don't know why, but like in the other saves that I've done, for some reason coal was just not something I could ever like find an abundance of. So I was very, very thrilled to get a good amount of coal pretty early on. So I was just looking around the ravine, see if there was anything else interesting, and then I decided to head out. And head out towards the fields, towards the very autumn-looking birch forest, I believe. I did see that pillager outpost there, but forgetting that I didn't have mobs on, I didn't go over to loot it because I thought I still had mobs on, so I didn't go over there for fear of pillagers, but um, yeah, that was kind of my own stupidity there. I do think I actually did raid a pillager encampment at one point. Um, so yeah, I did do that. Um, so yeah, I was just heading down tunnels, just looking around. Um, I do actually think I did actually head over to maybe that pillager encampment. I honestly don't remember, but I know I did head over to one at some point to raid it. So. But yeah, so here I was just running around getting my bearings, because I was on a pretty good seed and I knew that. And so I just wanted to see, like, what the land was like, just to see, like, was there, like, a place that I really, really wanted to settle down, because obviously I was looking for home. I then found this really, really, really cool looking cave, and so I did go down and I did mine some stuff that was at the entrance of the cave. So I did get myself some copper because, as you guys know, in normal Java bedrock, copper doesn't do anything. But I have a mod where I can use copper for tools and iron, or tools and armor, like you can in Minecraft Bedrock. So again, I went around and explored the cave and grabbed some more coal and copper, I believe. I did try to find iron, but I just could not find any. Iron, as you'll see later on, was actually a very hard resource for me to get an abundance of. I don't know why. It's just like in the spot I was in, for some reason, I just had really, really, really bad luck getting iron. But I did get a good amount of coal again. And I also got a good amount of copper, which was always a very good start for me. And if you guys play on Minecraft Java, because they do have copper as a resource, you just can't really craft it into anything. So if you guys play on Minecraft Java, I highly suggest you guys get a mod that lets you use copper for tools and armor, because it does save you a step from having to go straight to iron, which a lot of people do anyway. But if you were like me and just could not find iron to save your life, then copper is definitely your next best option. So I would highly recommend that. So yes, so yeah, I went around. I kept kind of exploring the cave. I also grabbed some star worms because I knew I was gonna need those later for leads. So I did grab a good amount of those, some more coal, obviously, because honestly, I feel like you can never have enough coal, especially when it comes to the swim mod, because normally, you don't have to really use kelp for anything in vanilla Minecraft, but in the swim mod, you have to use kelp for, like, basically everything. So, yeah, so it was very important to have a lot of coal. So it was getting nighttime, and I think I decided here I did want to kind of get out on open ground. Being in caves at night is not usually the best decision, even if it is on peaceful. Which, by the way, this was a very different experience for me being on peaceful, I must say. It was definitely very, very different. So, Definitely not what I'm used to, because usually I'm doing it in survival. And it's usually because we're beating the Ender Dragon, and, so I have to have it on so I can get, levels from killing mobs and, you know, stuff like that. So being in peaceful was actually very, very, very weird for me. But I mean, hey, it worked. So anyway, after climbing up this embankment yet again, I'll tell you, I climbed up so many embankments in this game. It was honestly slightly ridiculous. But after zigzagging my way through, I decided to explore more because, again, I wanted to find a base. I also found this cute little chestnut who came right up to me. And their cute little baby. It was so cute. Oh my gosh. I did realize, because I thought that they were coming up to me because they wanted to come home, but I did realize after a minute it was because I had hay in my hand, because, vanilla horses can't eat hay, so I thought that was kind of funny on my part, but that's okay. Anyway, I kept exploring, I grabbed some flowers, looked at these wild horses that absolutely decimated the grass, and I just kept moving, just looking for home. I knew I wanted a relatively big space, obviously, because you need, a relatively good space for building a ranch. And also because I did actually want to build a bigger barn in this 100 days. So I knew I needed a pretty good amount of space. And usually when I pick a base, both in this world and in other worlds that I do, I usually like to pick a base that's obviously relatively flat that I can terraform relatively easily. But also one that is relatively near a village, and probably will have some, good caves and loot and all that nearby. So, I was definitely on the lookout for something, of that sort. As you can see, I was just wandering around mindlessly in the dark. I did consider making this spot kind of my place. I did end up, deciding against it. Because, I mean, yeah, kind of for obvious reasons, it just didn't quite sit right. And the other thing, too, is I did not want to, be in a maple forest this time around, because we have already made a world, in a maple forest, which that world was absolutely beautiful. And if you want to watch those videos, you should go to my playlists, and you should see a playlist that says Minecraft World Ranch 1. And you guys should go watch those streams, because that was an awesome world to be on. And if you guys want that world as well, you can go and get it on my Ko-Fi, which the link will be down below. So, but yes, so anyway, I went into this village here at the other end in this maple birch forest, and I went ahead and just basically looted the entire thing. So as you saw there, I grabbed their potion, they're not potion, brewing stand. They are called potions, but it's called a brewing stand. So, and I just went through every house grabbing anything that was valuable. So the gold, the food, the bread. Hindsight doing a voiceover, I should have grabbed that rotten flesh, because it's actually pretty valuable due to the fact that mob drops, so I don't get mob drops naturally. So I did find their little garden patch, and I went ahead and picked up their seeds, replanting the ones that I had taken, obviously. But I went ahead and got some beetroots, and I already had carrots and potatoes, so that wasn't a huge problem. As you can see here, I got lots and lots of apples, which is great. It definitely was a lot, but yes, I got lots of apples, potatoes, and just everything I could have possibly needed. This village set me up really, really well. It was great. And it was also just a really, really cute village too. At least it was in my opinion. I kept hearing a cat and I kept looking for it. Even though, because I did have fish on me, I think, from the starter chest that I had, and so I did want a cat at some point. I did start skipping over some of the chests that had repeat stuff, but obviously I found some lapis in this chest, which was great, and some emeralds, so I absolutely 100% took those. So yeah, so a lot of this was just exploring, and like you saw, I just took the fish out because I wanted to see if I could find the cat, because I could hear it was nearby. But I couldn't find it, and I was honestly kind of sad because I think I had seen it on the way into the village. I just couldn't find it afterwards, and so I was kind of sad. So I did find the waypoint, and I did pick it up because waypoints are very important in this game. If you want to be able to go places without having to travel thousands and thousands of blocks and waste time and days and all that kind of stuff. I did find more emeralds here, which is great. I was actually getting set up with emeralds actually quite well. I was actually quite surprised. I did find a jukebox there. Which I thought was kind of strange. You don't usually see jukeboxes a lot in villages, but that was kind of cool to see one. And of course, I took their books. As you guys know, I am a book thief. So for those who are not new to this channel, you guys should know that is not a new thing for me to do. So, I thought that there was another way to like go up to the second story there, but obviously there wasn't. It was just me going cuckoo. So yeah, but yeah, after that, I went ahead and headed for the pillager encampment, I believe, after that. Because I think I kind of remembered. I think I was kind of prepared for like a battle, but I think I remembered that like, oh yeah, I have mobs turned off. Um, and so I think I headed towards that direction at some point. I think I just wanted to get up this embankment first, I think is pretty much what I was doing here. So, and again, I was scouting the area to see where base camp could be set up. So, because again, we need a base, and I really wanted to get a base early this time because on a lot of my streams, whenever I've done Minecraft worlds, I'll spend like 10 days, 10 days trying to find a base, and I really didn't want to do that this time. I had actually, before this video started, a lot of worlds just to get a good seed, and when I found a good seed, I was like, okay, yeah, we're using this. So I knew I was in a relatively good area. Anyway, I did come up to the pillager encampment, and I grabbed anything that was valuable, and I also freed the poor villagers that were stuck in their cages, and grabbed the sugarcane because I was going to have to start a sugarcane farm at some point. So I freed everything, just kind of looked around a little bit, went inside this hut that looked very old and very abandoned, but I also found some more coal and a shovel, so I was very happy with that. As the sun came up on it had already been day 2, but day 2 was now upon us, and so I just kept looking around, for a place to live. I found this kind of bigger island out here, and so I decided to go and check it out. Just to see if there were any good resources nearby, some good villages, and that kind of thing. So, I was looking for iron under the water, even though it wouldn't have been a good idea to mine iron underwater, but, I mean, it's me. Like, what do you expect? Like, I was pretty desperate for iron at this point. I then found this villager with the 2 cutest goats I have ever seen in my life. I don't think I've ever seen in this mod goats like that, and I was absolutely obsessed, and I wanted them. So, I dispatched of said wandering trader, and I got an emerald for it, and also nicked all of his leads, because, I mean, free leads, am I right? So I went ahead and grabbed the 2 goats and dragged them up the hillside. They were so cute, though. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen, like, black and white speckled patterned babies. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that before on this mod. You know, and I've used this mod quite a bit, so to find that was, like, really impressive, and I was absolutely thrilled. They were so stinking cute. I was obsessed, and I planned on keeping these cute little goat sheep things literally forever because, oh my goodness, they were absolutely adorable. So, anyway, so I kind of walked them to a little flat spot, found this tree, and tied them to it. I then took my waypoint, and I set the waypoint there so that when I finally was able to find a home base I could bring them home to the new base. So I did put the waypoint there, said goodbye to my adorable little sheep, and kept heading a direction to see what else I could find, and again, try to find a home base. So off I went. I did consider this little valley here for a little bit, because it was a pretty good spot, but it just wasn't quite big enough, and I thought it was honestly a little bit too high for what I wanted. As you can see, I kept looking back because I was like, oh, I could make it work, but I decided to no on that particular area. I did cross this kind of like lake. I don't even think it was a river. I think it was more of a lake that probably had a river connecting to it. But I crossed this lake that had another forest and that had fir trees nearby. So I did go ahead and head that direction to explore. Because I've never made my encampment in a fir forest, and so I had wondered, maybe this is the time I do it, because I have wanted to make a base in every single, like, Minecraft biome possible, and so I was like, oh, okay, like, maybe this is the time to, like, do it in, like, a spruce or fir forest or something, because why not? I also found dogs, and I was really sad because I didn't have bones, and that was really sad, so couldn't do anything with that. But yeah, so I just explored. I did consider doing the farm in this, like, oak forest, and there was a fox torturing a poor sheep. I did try to go after the fox, but after I saw it had a baby, I was like, no, I have too good of morals for that. I did find another little safe place, haven thingy, and so I skipped past that, and I just kept walking around. I was also looking on the mini map on the top left to see if I could try to find like a flatter spot in a fir forest, because most fir forests in the Biomes of Plenty mod aren't really flat. They're usually quite hilly, and they just are not usually big enough, and it would just take a lot of terraforming, which, like, as you'll see, I'm usually pretty good with terraforming, but if I don't have to do it, I won't. So, I did find this abandoned little shack in, like, the middle of nowhere. It was kind of a weird spot for it. I did go inside it, and found literally nothing. So, that was very exciting, as you can probably imagine. So, yeah, I did see this kind of open green spot on the mini-map. And so that's where I headed towards, because I was like, ooh, it might be like, a clearing in the fir trees where I could, like, start building a base. So I headed over that direction just to see if there was anything. But when I got over there, I realized it wasn't really flat. It was just green because there was the slope there, and the slope didn't have trees on it. And so that's why it looked like it was kind of like a big, clear, flat area. And so I was like, okay, well, that's not gonna work. So that didn't end up working out for me. I did find a village, though, which, of course, I went over to. You'll find I did a lot of looting in these first, like, 2 or 3, 4 days. I did quite a bit of looting. So I did grab their waypoint, because obviously I needed another one at some point. And I just went around the village and looted. Alright, so after a little while, it did start to rain, and I ran around for, like, quite a while. And I cut a lot of that out because, like, again, like, I don't want you guys having to watch me, like, run around for forever. So I had ended up running back across that river and heading a different direction once I got back to the coast. And I found this village. And I had explored this area quite a bit already. And so I kind of already knew, like, this is kind of where I wanted to set up. But I went ahead, explored the village a little just to see, like, if it had, like, what I wanted and what I needed. Because, some villages are better than others. And so, I just really wanted to make sure I kind of knew. At this point, I think I kind of knew, and so this is the point where I had ran back up that hillside, but this is where I decided that this was home. So this is where our journey officially starts. So I went ahead and placed down my waypoint and kind of looked around, kind of planning in my head. I went ahead and planted my trees because, I mean, I knew I was going to need so much wood. It wasn't even going to be funny. And then I decided to set up base camp. And I also decided to start terraforming because it's never too late to start that. And I kind of saw from the dips in the land that it was going to be needed. So this was the beginning of day 3. So there you go. We came back after it stopped raining, and I was looking into how to make mob drops. As you can see here, you need common overworld essence. And so I was just going through like the main mob drops that I would need, and I was just going through and bookmarking them all. Because I knew I was going to need the mob drops for like bone meal and ender eyes and string especially. I knew I was going to need string because bales, like quality bales and alfalfa bales, you need string to make those bales, which I've never really understood in this one mod because when you make hay bales in vanilla Minecraft, you don't need string. So I thought it's always been interesting, like you need actual string. So I went through all those recipes, and some of them definitely were like, oh my goodness, this is a lot. But, I went through and marked them all, and did all that. And like I said, I had started terraforming already, because there was a lot of land. I mean, like, look at all that. I did jump here to show you that I did start a little bit of a mine because as you guys know, I like building with stone bricks. Stone bricks and then usually like a type of wood is my normal palette that I usually build in. So I knew I was going to need cobblestone like right off the bat. Funnily enough, I didn't actually end up using as many stone bricks as you would think, because I followed mostly tutorials for like a house, and then after that, like obviously the stable had to match the palette, so I didn't actually use stone bricks a whole lot, which is absolutely hilarious if you think about it, because I usually build with stone bricks. If you guys have seen most of my builds, you know for like the outside and stuff, I usually use stone bricks because I like the look of stone bricks. I think it looks like it gives like it helps give texture contrast and just like regular contrast. And I think that it's just a really nice build to block with, or block to build with. It's kind of annoying. Like I will say that it's a little bit annoying to get, because especially when you don't have like a silk touch pickaxe, because when you have a silk touch pickaxe, you can just mine stone and then turn that into stone bricks. But when you don't have that, you have to melt it down in a furnace to stone and then make stone bricks. So it's definitely an extra step process, and it is extraordinarily freaking tedious. So anyway, but yeah, I went on that little rant while I was building my little mine tunnel, this was the first mine tunnel, I believe. I think I ended up making another one pretty soon after this. So I just went down. I just wanted to see if I could find iron because, again, like I said, I could not find any iron hardly for a while to save my life. It was so obnoxious. I was so over it by the end. I did end up like finding caves later on, which, you know, I'll show you clips of where I was able to find a good amount of iron. But oh my goodness, it took me so long. It was absolutely ridiculous. So, anyway, I will go ahead and skip the rest of this mining montage, and I will come back when I've headed back up to the surface. Alright, so I headed back up to the surface, kind of like early morning on day 4, just to go ahead and start up on everything. So yeah, it was a good mining trip. We did pretty good. I did find a cave. I don't remember if it had iron in it. I'm pretty sure it did, but at least a tiny bit of iron. But I did find some iron, I believe, at some point. So I was just chopping down trees to get ready for the big, tedious building process I was going to have. So anyway. But yeah, it was a good job. It was a good job. So anyway, I was just looking out, because I knew I was going to have a lot of terraforming to do, and so I was just mapping out where I wanted everything. So yeah, so we did jump here a couple days, because I had to do so much terraforming. As you can see, like, by all the dirt. Like, I had to do so much terraforming. It was absolutely insane, the amount of terraforming I had to do. But the area was relatively flat. It looked good. I kind of had a plan of where I wanted everything to go. I had a garden started, and as you can see, I was kind of finishing up the water things here. I did originally want the individual, like, tilled sections to be 8 wide, but I found out that even with a water source on both sides, it couldn't reach. And so I had to go back to, like, my normal 6, which is usually what I use, which works just fine, especially because I did make this garden longer. I made this one 12 longer instead of 10, and I usually go by 10s, so anyway, but yeah, I was just filling it out. Again, we did jump a little bit. I believe we're on day 9. We did jump, and so I had finished off the garden, and I had built these little garden boxes, because I knew that, like, you could get, like, beans, I think, and then I'm pretty sure there was, like, a couple other, like, crops you could get that I wanted to grow, just not in, like, a big abundance. And so I built these little crop plots. And because I had built one in my last Dark Oak Stables lives, and you should totally go check out those videos too. And I really liked the one that I built, and so I wanted to build another one. So I did that. We are also, after I tilled this, we are going to skip ahead right here to after I had built all the animal pens, which, let me tell you, I had to chop so much wood. But I did go ahead and build animal pens. I built the pig pen, the chicken coop, the goat pen, and the cow pen. And so I went back and forth collecting chickens, and I had to go back to the village to collect more chickens because 2 of them were females and I didn't have a rooster. And I was very upset, let me tell you. I was so annoyed with the chickens because they kept freaking escaping. And let me tell you, I had this happen so many times over these, like, 100 days where the chickens would escape. Oh my gosh. It drove me mad. It literally drove me insane. So, anyway, but the animal pens were done. I was pretty happy with that. Our garden was growing. Like, I thought we were doing pretty good. Like, it was a pretty good start here. At least I sure thought so. And so, anyway, so I went ahead and went over here, and I dispatched of the wandering trader. He had been here for a couple days, and I had told myself, oh, I'm probably not gonna kill him. Like, I mean, he's fine. But, like, the wandering trader villager noises are so obnoxious, and I just couldn't stand it any longer. So I dispatched of him, and his llamas, and I got more leads for it. So, I definitely couldn't be too upset. So I went ahead and grabbed my cute little goats. Oh my goodness, these 2 are the most adorable things ever. Oh my goodness, I don't normally name farm animals, I don't usually name animals that are not horses. But honestly, I think I'm gonna have to name these 2 at some point because they are so stinking adorable. So anyway, I did put them in their pen. And I didn't have a gate, but I had 2 fences left, so I just went ahead and fenced them in there and made sure they were tied. I went ahead and went to bed that day because I was so tired of the rain. It did also skip a day, I believe, so we're not on day 11 because I was literally all day just terraforming again and trimming and chopping down trees. But this is where we start to build the house. So I was going to use a tutorial for this house because I wanted a smaller house and I knew if I was let to my own devices, I was going to build something huge. So I had to look up a tutorial, and I had also never made an L-shaped house before, which was what this house was going to be. And so I would be looking at a tutorial quite a bit, as you'll see here in a bit. So I was just going back and forth from the tutorial to the game, and it was quite the process. But after some adjusting and rewatching the tutorial like 40 times, I finally figured it out. I did make some adjustments to it to kind of fit like how I wanted the front to be, but it was pretty similar. So, and then my palette was going to be different this time. So it was going to be out of stripped spruce logs and oak planks, because I did actually want to go out of my normal like building and color palette this 100 days, because as you guys know, I like never use oak, like literally ever, and I don't usually use birch either. So this challenge that way was definitely going to challenge me, because I don't usually use oak for like anything, but I was going to for this challenge, and as you'll see later on, I had to use it quite a bit because obviously I wanted the stables to match, and so I had anyway. It was crazy. So yes, spruce and oak were the palette for the builds. So here, as you can see, I'm on the pause screen, but I am actually on another screen, looking at the tutorial again, trying to figure out the dimensions and all that, because like the tutorial was good. Like it gave you the general idea, but he never gave you like the actual dimensions, and so you were just kind of like sort of guessing. So it was a little bit annoying, but anyway, we go ahead and skip to the nighttime, and I had pretty much the frame up, and I kind of skipped fixing it because I had to do a whole fixing thing, and it was, oh my gosh, that house just gave me nightmares. But I did decide, and I also took this was me taking a break on the house because I was kind of frustrated. This was me taking a break and finishing the chicken coop roof, because for some reason in this area it rains so much. Like a ridiculous amount. It rains so freaking much. It is ridiculous. It is really sad. But anyway, I did finish the chicken coop roof, so they were now roofed in, the poor devils. And obviously the shell of my house, I had finally gotten it to what I wanted it to be, and I had put all the pillars up, and I was now starting to fill in the walls. So we were making progress. Finally. It took me so long to like get everything the way I wanted, but I got it, and honestly, like, as you guys keep watching, like, I think the house turned out pretty good. Like, I don't know, I think it turned out pretty cozy. Like, it was definitely a lot smaller than I was used to, but again, I think it worked. I think I did a good job on it. You know, and I probably will end up following more tutorials in the future, because honestly, following his tutorial was a lot easier than than just kind of freehanding it. So that was nice. I will say though, the next tutorial I use will definitely be one that has a materials list, because oh my good lord. It was kind of crazy, but yeah. So anyway, but yeah, I did go ahead and head off here to get some water and some sand. Because glass, you know, you need glass. So that's what I was going to be doing, was digging up sand so we could get some windows in, because windows are awesome, and also natural light is amazing. So anyway, I got back from that expedition, and I put the sand in the furnace. And as you can see, my storage was getting pretty full, but I did have my glass, which I was very happy about. Because I wanted to get a door on this place, because I feel like the house like doesn't look like livable until like you have a door in, because like you can just have the frame up, but like if you put a door on there, I always feel like it really just makes it look like a house. Like I don't know, maybe I'm crazy and maybe that's just me, but that's what I always feel like. So anyway, but I did accidentally take too much glass out, but it was fine, it was okay, we made it work. So yeah, so here again, my inventory was like so unorganized for the longest time. It drove me nuts, but it was because like I just didn't have room, you know. I just didn't have room, so it was quite obnoxious, but I worked on it. All right, so I think here like it was again just chopping down like more wood, and I I don't remember. Oh yeah, I was looking for food. That's right. Because I had run out of food. So yeah. I did look up where a Jakarta biome was because I wanted Jakarta and dark oak. So this is me heading out for that adventure, and I will meet you guys when I get to that Jakarta biome. So that will be its own fun adventure. Let me tell you. All right, so we had been traveling for about a day, and we ended up in this little river thing. But yeah, so we did end up finding the Jakarta biome, which I was absolutely freaking thrilled about. I did also get rid of some squid. Because ink sacs, you know, black ink and just ink sacs, they're quite important. You'd actually be, I feel like a lot of people are surprised. So yeah, so I headed up into this really, really pretty biome, and I was able to chop down some Jakarta trees and get some saplings, which is obviously, of course, what I wanted. And then after this, I ended up hopping back in the water and had the longest swim of my life to find a dark oak forest, because I wanted dark oak, because I feel like dark oak is like the prettiest like wood to build with. And I was originally going to make like my whole like palette be with dark oak, but I ended up deciding with spruce and oak, obviously. But oh my goodness, let me tell you, it was absolutely insane. But I did find some really cool like loot and some shipwrecks and that kind of thing along my journey. And so I will be showing you guys some clips of that here in a bit. But let me tell you guys, it was so much swimming. Like, it was days and days and days of swimming. It was absolutely ridiculous. I did take out some more squid here, I think. Yeah, I did. Again, ink sacs. You'd be surprised how valuable, because I don't think a lot of people realize, like, how valuable they are, especially in the swim mod. They are so freaking valuable. It's honestly kind of nuts. So yeah, I just got rid of those. And so, yeah, it was just so much swimming and diving and chaos. It was absolutely insane. I don't think I've ever swam for that long in Minecraft. Like, usually, when I do something like this, I usually grab a boat. But I was too lazy to make myself a boat because, honestly, I don't even remember why. I think it's because I didn't want to have to chop down a tree, make a crafting table, and then make a boat. And so I just swam the entire way, which in hindsight was not the best idea. But I mean, I made it, I guess. I don't know. It was just it was really long. Anyway, so there's me trying to find my direction of where I'm supposed to be going. Just trying to figure out the whole coordinates. And all that, and then I just kind of started on my way, you know, just miles upon miles upon miles of swimming. Like, I legitimately cannot overstate this, like, how much swimming this was. It was absolutely ridiculous. So, anyway, I will go ahead and quit my yapping about how much swimming it was, because it was so stinking annoying, and I will just cut straight to the part where I found some ships, and so I can give you guys the exciting part of all of this. Alright, so as you can see, we're at our first shipwreck here. So I did go ahead and collect some kelp. I found a huge kelp grove, which was great. I got like 3 stacks of kelp. It was 4 stacks, sorry. Well, I guess 3.5. But yeah, I got so much kelp. It was great. And then, yeah, so a lot of this was just looting shipwrecks on my way to the Dark Forest. So I got some really awesome items. I was able to get iron. I was able to get some like horse XP potions, among other loot. It was quite the haul. Like, it was really fun. I do enjoy looting ships when I get the chance. Although that chest didn't have anything for me. It did have a treasure map, but I'm just not a treasure map person. I don't know. I don't know, like, they're just always so hard to find, and they're kind of a nuisance, and so, I don't know, I used to be, like, obsessed with treasure maps, but, like, I just, like, I don't know, as I've gotten older, like, they're just not that big of a deal to me anymore, so I usually never pick them up. But we did head to our second shipwreck here, which was really close to the first, which was really nice, and it was upside down. This was a very much so upside down shipwreck, but it did make it easier for me to get the chest, so that was nice, even though it did not have really anything of value in that chest. I did end up taking the feathers, which you guys will find out later why that's important, and it's because the string swim recipe calls for feathers to make strings. So this was the awesome chest, though. I was able to get moss, gold, melons. I got 2 blocks of water, XP potions, leather. It was such a good chest. This was an amazing find. I did have to take multiple trips, as you can see, because I almost died there. But yeah, I did have to take multiple trips, but that chest was a heaven send. It was fantastic. That chest saved my butt, let me tell you. It was such a good chest. It was great. So I was able to grab all the loot. In hindsight, I wish I would have brought my backpack because, as you'll see when I get to the Dark Forest, I ran out of room really quickly. Which ended up being quite the problem. So anyway, but yeah. I just hopped straight back in the water and off to even more swimming we went, because what's better than, you know, swimming for miles and miles and thousands and thousands and thousands of blocks on end, because there's certainly nothing better than that. So yeah, anyway, I'll stop ranting. So we're just gonna head to our I believe our next shipwreck here, so I will see you guys in a minute. Alright, after hours of swimming, and I mean that, like, in the real world, after hours of swimming and looting and doing all that, I finally came across the the dark forest, the dark oak forest biome. It said it was a biome, but it ended up just being an island, but hey, it was what I needed. Like, that is what I needed. So I was able to go ahead and find a tree, take some cover for a little bit, get a tree, get the wood, get the saplings, and then I was able to locate a village nearby, and then I was able to swim to that as well. And so I landed on that mainland there, grabbed some flowers, because I mean, flowers, you know, like, you need flowers, and plus, lilacs are really pretty, and they give you pink dye, so, you know, can't really do any better than that, in my opinion, anyway. So, anyway, so I went ahead and headed through, this little island here, to go ahead and find the village, which was such a relief. I was just hoping that the village had a waypoint, because I was going to be screwed if I didn't, because I really didn't want to have to swim or boat my way all the way back home. And so I was just sitting there praying they had a waypoint at this village, because I was like, I really don't want to have to swim all the way back. But that would probably be a problem for the day after, because I found a house and all I wanted to do was go to bed, which is exactly what I ended up doing here. And I ended up taking a break from the game for a couple days after this clip, because it was just so exhausting. But I did come back on the next morning. We are on day 15. I woke up, I was feeling refreshed, both in Minecraft terms and in real life, because I had taken like a couple day break in between these two clips, because swimming for that long just wore me out. So anyway, I took out a squid, because squid. And then I headed deeper into the village to see if there's anything I wanted to loot, and more importantly, to see if there was a waypoint, because if there wasn't one, I was absolutely freaking screwed. And there was. I was beyond happy, because that meant that I could get home. And it also meant I had a connection to another village, that had pigs and cows, and all that type of stuff. so that I could have an easier time getting some other animals. And I also had a horse. Can't be too mad at that. And because of my love for horses, I fed him my last 2 carrots and promised him that I would come back for him later at another time when we had the facilities to do so, which was most certainly not now. So I did go around just checking it out, just seeing what they had. And they had this cute little cat, but I didn't have any fish. I was really upset. But I knew it was time to head home. I just wanted to go home. So that is what I ended up doing, and I was ecstatic. So, we got home. We were finally home. I was overjoyed. Although, I will say, it was going to be back to chopping down wood and terraforming, because we had the next really, really, really big project, which was building the barn. And like I said, I wanted to make this barn a lot bigger than a lot of the other ones that I've made. And so I knew that this was going to be a project, because I honestly wanted to do a lot of breeding in this 100 days, because normally I will just capture random horses and bring them in. And I'll maybe breed like 1 or 2, but I really wanted to do breeding in this 100 days. So I knew I was going to have to capture a few, and then like after that, like it was just going to be breeding. So the barn was next, and I knew that, and I was looking forward to it, but I was also not looking forward to it, if you know what I mean, because I mean, doing the barn was going to be such a big project, and it was going to be such a hassle. It was going to be a fun hassle, and just like skipping ahead to future, the barn, in my opinion, turned out so good. I will tell you though, I do skip a lot of days of footage here because it was just tedious building. I did pop in every once in a while to give you guys like updates and stuff like that. And of course, I also planted my my saplings because, no duh. So, but yeah, after this, it was just hours and hours of wood and building, and just it was kind of insane. So anyway, but yeah, so I will go ahead and skip to the clips of me and just kind of the progress that I had made on the barn, and finishing off the house too, which is what I'm doing right here. I finally finished the walls because I was like, you know what, I just need to get that done before I start anything else, because I knew the barn was going to be a bigger project. So I was able to kind of finish off the walls of the house here, which was very, very exciting. And I believe I actually put in a door here at this clip too, which was really awesome too. That was definitely an accomplishment in my opinion. Again, like I said before, I feel like once you put a door on a house, like it really actually feels like a house. You know what I mean? So yeah, here we go. Here is the big accomplishment right here, is we put our doors in the house. The doors are in. Oh my goodness. That was such a proud moment for me. I was so happy. Oh man, it was just, oh, it was such a good moment. So anyway, but yeah, so I was just looking at resources, and then I was going to go ahead and start building the barn. So I will go ahead and show you those updates here in a second. Okay, so I did get a little bit excited, but I ended up actually doing some more on the house first, because the barn I knew was just going to be such an overwhelming project. So I did end up putting walls in for what was going to be my bedroom, and I did put in a dark oak wood floor, and here I am just kind of like laying out where I want kind of like the kitchen to be. And just kind of where I want to put things, storage and stuff like that. Because again, like this is a smaller house, so I definitely had to like condense a lot of stuff, but like I still wanted it to like be functional. So I was definitely looking into all that for sure. And then what I wanted to do, which is what I'm going to do here, is that I wanted to build a basement, like a storage basement, because I knew that I was going to have a lot of items, and though I was going to put storages, like a little bit of some chests here and there, some kitchen cabinets, and some other stuff, I just wanted to just have a space that was kind of out of the way, that didn't need to look pretty, but that was still functional. And so I started digging out the basement. And so this was going to be a storage room. So here I am counting. This part's a little tedious, but it is part of the job. You know, it's part of doing it. So, but I was going to put in a storage room, for not just chests, but I was also planning on putting, like my table saw here for Mr. Crayfish's furniture mod. I wanted to put my potion stand down here, and stuff like that, because I mean, that kind of stuff is kind of like you can make it work in a house. Like, I mean, if you look at all my other houses, like you can tell, like, you know, I make it work, you know, but it's just kind of nice to kind of have it up and out of the way. And so that's what I wanted to do here. So I was just going to build like a little downstairs, like cellar, I guess would be the word. I think that's like what some people call it. Some people call it like a food storage room. I know actually I have one in my house. But this is not just for, you know, food storage. It's also for, you know, practical use. So, but yeah, so I just did some mining here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put on some little music, so you guys can just watch me mine out this little area here. So you can go ahead and have fun watching me do that. All right, I went ahead and resurfaced on kind of midday, day 20. Yeah, we're on day 20, guys. Can you believe it? But yeah, so I surfaced midday, day 20, with a good chunk of iron. There was a humongous cave down there, by that storage room, which I did finish it off, by the way. At least, like, getting it, like, dug out and the dimensions correct. I did go ahead and get that going. And then here is kind of like a little bit of an outline of the start of the barn. So I did go ahead and start that. And so basically day 20 through 25 was literally just stable building. Like, it was literally just me putting up the pillars, chopping down trees, putting more pillars in, putting the walls in, getting the gates in, because I now actually had the frickin' iron, heaven forbid. And it was just getting the barn up, which, let me tell you, the transformation that ensues on this barn is incredible. And also, this is the biggest barn that I think I have ever made in survival. I've obviously made, like, big ones in, like, creative, but this is the biggest barn I think I have ever made in survival, and will remain the biggest barn I ever make in survival, because let me tell you, this was such a project. Like, it was an insane project. It took a lot of work, and it was really frustrating at times, and it was just a lot of work. It was so much work. But anyway, it was amazing, and the transformation that it takes place is incredible. So, I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead to that, because like I said, the next 5 days is purely just me working on this barn. Like, just nonstop. Like, I literally didn't do anything else, I don't believe. Like, it was literally just me building the barn. So, I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead to kind of where it's a little bit more done, and we kind of do more of the exciting stuff. So, I will see you in Minecraft days in a couple days. Okay, you guys, look at this transformation. Look at this transformation of this barn. I mean, you guys can't tell me I didn't work my booty off. Like, you can't. Like, there's literally no way. So it's like I said, I spent so much on this barn. It was insane. So these are the runs. I did put runs in this barn. There are 12 stalls, by the way. So there's 6 on each side. Obviously, I have a huge skylight there that I needed to finish. But I got all the runs in. The floor was started. And all of that was ready to go. I also got the roof on my house. So I now had a roof in my house as well. It was definitely dark in here. A little bit, but I did move my bed in, though, so that was, a cute little accomplishment, and I got some windows in, so that was fun. But yeah, I think I worked on that barn, like nonstop. Like, all of this recording right now, from, what you're seeing, is, I worked on that barn nonstop, literally all day. I think I was playing Minecraft for, 6 hours straight, just working on that barn. It was crazy. So yeah, it was just a lot of time, a lot of effort. It was crazy. It was crazy, but it was in my opinion anyway, it was a job well done. It was a job well done. So I did take the design from my previous barn that I had done in our dark oaks, our whatever our last live barn name was, Dark Stone Stables. There we go. I had taken inspiration from that barn, so it was kind of the same design. It was just twice as big. So it was the same concept, though. It was just, way bigger than the barn in that world. Because the barn in that world only had 6 stalls. Or no, sorry, it had 8. It had 8 stalls, excuse me. It had 8 stalls, where this one has 12. So quite a big difference there. But yeah, it was just... Oh my goodness. I mean, it was a joy, but it was also just so much work. It was very, very, very tedious. I did also make another furnace to help with the taking cobblestone into stone and making stone bricks, because I knew I was going to need so much for the floor of the barn, because I was going to do the entire barn floor except for the tack room in stone bricks, which... in hindsight, maybe not the best idea, but hey, if it works, it works, and it, honestly, by the end, I think it looked absolutely fantastic. I also got all the gates and the flooring in, if you guys saw that. So I did put in blue gates, because, every ranch we've done has had, a theme, color. So, our last one was magenta, we've done red, what's another color we've done? Oh geez, I don't even remember, but, actually, one of our ranches didn't really even have a color, because I used the wooden stall doors instead of the metal gates, so, anyway, but yeah, it was a big project. I think this was, the biggest survival project I'd ever taken on, and as you can see here, the storage room was kind of starting to come together a little bit, so I had already kind of organized some chests, and, just started putting some wood in and all that kind of thing. So it was looking pretty good. And I was really dang happy with how much progress I had made in that short amount of time. But let me tell you, after doing this for 5 hours, I had such a bad headache that day, because I had been staring at a screen for so long. I had just had such a bad headache. It was Oh my goodness. I like had to go and take like ibuprofen and medicine because I just been staring at a screen for so long. So it was a lot. So um yeah, it was crazy. So but yeah, so that's where we're at here. So yeah. I did head out here to gather flowers for blue dye because I needed more blue dye to finish off the gates and do that. So that's what I'm doing here, is just collecting lots and lots and lots and lots of flowers. So anyway, I will go ahead and skip that for right now so we can get to a more exciting part. But I hope you guys like the transformation. The barn has been under. Obviously, I continue to work on it throughout the 100 days, but the bulk of it was done, which I was extraordinarily grateful for. So, but yeah, I will be back with our next little segment of this amazing 100 days. All right, so excuse me, we are back on day 30. So I know I skipped quite a bit, but I went ahead and finished off the runs, or the gates into the stalls. I had put the feed bins in. I had kind of lit the place up a little bit better, and then I went on a huge mining trip, which ended up making me go into a cave. And so this is me surfacing from that trip. So as you can see, I got a lot of iron, lapis, just lots of stuff. It was a really, really, really productive mining trip. So I went ahead and so I surfaced on day 30. And after this, not a lot, much happened. I literally just kind of sat and organized my outdoor chests just a little bit because they were looking a little bit disorganized, and so I was like, oh my goodness, like, I need to organize this because it's gonna drive me nuts otherwise. And I had also had the glass cooking for the stable roof because obviously I was gonna put in huge glass sunlights in the barn, just to help with some natural lighting, and also I don't know, skylights always help the barns like feel more open, in my opinion. So that's what I'm doing here. I am going to go ahead and skip over most of the day 35 to 40 stuff. There just wasn't a lot that I did that was exciting. I did finish the barn skylight. So I did finish those off with all the glass. I did have to go back for another round of sand. And that was, oh my goodness, that was this whole other thing. But I did get that done. I also got the workbench done for Mr. Crayfish's furniture mod. So that was really cool. As you can see here, I'm also getting more chests for the storeroom. And then days 36 through 38, I went down into the mines to get flint. Because I knew I was going to need it for blocks of water, because the way to make an ender pearl was partially with blocks of water. I also went and collected lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of ink sacs. I actually went back to the Jakarta waters there, because that's where the squid was spawned. And so I went back there and killed a ton of squid, because you needed like ink sacs to get spider eyes, and then spider eyes and flint to make ender pearls. So anyway, it was a whole thing to do that. So that took up days 36 through 40, was just getting all the flint and the ink sacs, and then getting all of the overworld essence to craft the things I needed, like the ender pearls for the stalls and stuff. So it was a project, and I honestly got so frustrated with it because like the overworld essence thing was just like so expensive too. It was kind of crazy. And honestly, like, if I do 200 days in this world, it's going to mean that we're finishing off the game, and I am turning it back, like, mobs back on. Like, it's not going to be in peaceful mode, because obviously you can't really beat the Ender Dragon if it's on peaceful. So anyway, so that was the overview of days 35 through 40. I didn't record a whole lot of it, again, like I said, because it was just such tedious, boring work, and I was so frustrated with it at that point. Like, I was just like, I'm so freaking done. But we did get the common overworld essence, and I was able to get a lot of that stuff, and so we were able to then go ahead and I think get the water troughs and all that in, which I believe I do have footage of, which I will probably show. So anyway, but yeah, so that is what happened from 35 to 40. So I will go ahead and again, like, I mean, you guys have seen me organize this the entire time I'm talking, so you get the gist of what I'm doing. So, but yeah, so I did organize a lot of the stuff in the chest. I brought it in down to our little storage room to organize it and to just get it out of the way and do that kind of thing. So that was good. But yeah, so I will go ahead and skip to days 40 through 45. Since that's much more exciting than watching me flat around caves trying to find flint. So I will see you guys in a second when we get to day 40 through 45. Alright, so we are on day 40, and this is me placing the last water trough. So I went ahead, we got all the blocks of water done, we got all the feed bins in, the water troughs, the spigots, everything was in and ready to go. The glass roof was in, it was looking great, pass was in, like, the whole place was just starting to, like, come together, you know? So I was absolutely thrilled. Again, lots of work. You can see all of my rare overworld essence, my flint, my iron, just everything. And as you can see, we went down by a chest. So I was definitely getting better. And so this is me starting to kind of move things into the barn, because I did have a tack room that I had started to, that I needed to start setting up. So I put a crafting table in there along with a chest. So one was for like equipment and tack and just like other farm equipment. And then the other was going to be for food and potions and that kind of thing. So, so yeah, so I got that tack room set up. But yeah, I think we did a really good job here. Like, it was great. I really enjoyed it. It was fun. Like I said, getting the rare overworld essence was really, really frustrating. I probably, like, will not play on peaceful with this mod again. Like, it was just, oh my goodness. It was such a pain, and it was just, like, to me, like, it just wasn't really worth it. Like, I don't know how to explain that. It just wasn't that worth it to me. But hey, we got it done. It's good. It's done. I think the barn looks pretty good. Again, like I said, this is a much bigger barn than anything I've ever built in my life. So it was honestly kind of crazy to build a barn this big. Like, it was just so massive. I did also finish the floor. I don't know if I had mentioned that before, but I did finish the floor with all the stone tiles, and as you can see, the sun is starting to go down on day 40, or at least I think it's day 40. So I did do I think I was looking at something here. I think that's why I paused. But I did do a quick sugarcane harvest. And I was just looking at stuff. And I was also thinking, like, you know, what else I wanted to do. And that kind of thing. And I think my next project was, like, putting a fence around the garden. And just kind of, like, getting that more set up. And so that would kind of be, like, the next step here. So, but I got the sugarcane completely done, so that was awesome, and I got my first bits of sugar, which is great, because you need sugar for sweet feed. And so it was nice to, you know, start that going as well, because I normally would bring horses home a lot earlier, but in this 100 days, like, I wanted to be fully set up, and I mean that, like, completely and totally fully set up before we got any horses, basically, because usually, like, I'll usually get a horse, and I'm fighting to be able to keep the resources, like, stocked that I need to, and, like, it's just kind of one of those things. So I really wanted to be prepared. I wanted to make sure I had enough eggs, iron, which obviously had lots of iron, but I just wanted to make sure I had enough, you know, sugar and eggs, and oats, and then, you know, for Timothy and alfalfa, so I could make quality bales, and lots of string, which, by the way, I spent, like, hours going around the world and killing chickens to get feathers. It was honestly kind of ridiculous. Like, like I'm serious. It was absolutely ridiculous how much time I spent doing that, but it was so worth it because I was able to get multiple stacks of string, which was very, 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 very helpful. So, so that was also really, really awesome. So, so yeah, you can see there the feathers for string, which I that recipe became way too common over these 100 days. But I did get a really good start. But yeah, it's just I wanted to have a good start on everything, and so I just didn't really want to bring horses home until I had everything prepared. And I felt good about the resources I had, and so I just really wanted to make sure that everything was in order. So anyway, so here's me doing some more organizing because I was officially going to move everything into the storage room and out of the outside. So we were officially tearing down our camp, which was it was very bittersweet, it's, your starter camp is where you start out. And so it always kind of has a special place to you, but, you do build a house and you get settled and you move on. And so, it's just how that goes. And so, it's just bittersweet to tear down that camp, but that's basically what we did. And so we will go ahead and move on to the exciting part, which, by the way, we do get horses very, very soon. So here we go. All right, so we're back on day 41. The reason this one was cut was because I ended up getting off after that last recording. But this is on a different day. But we're back. So this is when I decided it was time to get some essentials for the tack room because obviously we're gonna need saddle racks, bridle racks, saddle pad racks, and blanket racks, and feed bins, and all of that really fun stuff. And so this is me just like doing that process of just going in and doing all that. I actually had a lot more fun with it than I normally do because usually I absolutely hate doing this process, like making the stuff for the tack room. Like it always kind of drives me nuts doing this. But this time I actually really, really enjoyed it. And so I had a lot of fun, like, just going through and making all the racks and doing all that. So I actually had a ton of fun, which is really, really awesome. So, but yeah, so this next little bit, that's literally all I'm doing is just making gear for the tack and feed room. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and just give you guys a little bit of a montage because from what I've heard from a couple times when I've done montages on my videos, you guys have seemed to really like them. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm just going to do a montage while I'm doing all this crafting and stuff like that. So I will go ahead and start that montage right now. All right. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that little montage there. I certainly did. So yeah, so we went ahead and put shavings in the stalls, and kind of finished off the tack room a little bit. So we got some racks in, and it was just looking really good. We got the feed bins in too. So it was just really, really fun. But now that the stable was done, I'm gonna go ahead and show you kind of the more finished tack room now. Which I think it looks really, really good so far. But yeah, it looks really good. But I decided it was time to bring home some horses. I know you guys have been waiting for like, what has it been, like 42 days for this? Like, we're almost halfway through the challenge, and I'm just now bringing home horses. So yeah, these three had been hanging out around the farm for quite a while. And so I decided, you know what? It's time to bring horses home. I think we're just basically ready enough for them. I did not tame these guys until like day, oh man, it had been a while. I just didn't tame them right off because, again, like, I wanted to make sure we had the grain storage built up, and we had bales kind of on the way, and also I wanted to change their coats. So but we did bring these three horses home. I will tell you, just as a quick little spoiler, the Palomino is a mare. And I did keep her coat. These two other horses, though, the other two, I did end up changing their coats. And I believe we had another mare and a stallion. And another spoiler for you, this mare, I ended up naming her Goldie. So this is our first little mare. But she does keep her original coat. So what I did here is I went ahead and I led them in the barn, but I put them in their runs and then closed the gate. So they did not have access to the stall for right now. Because these wild horses, I mean, they mostly lived off of like the grass, and some water. And I didn't have any feed in the feed bins yet. And so I just wanted to kind of keep them off of that for right now. So what I did is I just put them in the runs in their respective stalls. And then I just shut the gates that went from their runs to their stalls. So they would just stay out in the runs for right now until I felt ready to tame them and change their coat. And do all of that. So that's what I ended up doing here. So I just brought them in. Made sure that they were comfortable and all that. And our first three stalls, just like that, are full. So we have 9 stalls empty now. So we'll probably catch a couple more, but the rest will probably breed. But I was very, very happy with this. I was happy to bring home some horses. It was great. I was very happy to actually have some horses in the barn. I mean, this is like a horse 100 days horse ranch challenge, like, obviously there's got to be horses. It definitely took me a while to get there, to get horses in, but I think it was totally worth it. So anyway, so my next project was to work on my house, because I mean, my house was kind of a little bit barren at the moment, and so I actually wanted to, decorate it, give some personality. I did go ahead and put these trap doors in for the 2 extra feed bins up here, for shells, and I think they looked awesome. Me personally, I was very happy about that. But yeah, so I wanted to work on the house, get that decorated, and kind of get myself settled, because it's like basically after I got the roof on, I basically abandoned everything to do with the house, and so I was like, yeah, it's time. It's time to get that done. So anyway, so I did a sugarcane harvest, turned it all into sugar, and then I went ahead and started decorating the house. So I will go ahead and just skip to that really quickly. Alright, so I went ahead and got the sugar in the barn, did some other quick little tasks. And so here, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be making some torches, because this room is really, really dark. And it's kind of been bugging me, and I also need to light up the, the animal pens in the barn. So I went ahead and made myself some torches, because I knew I was going to need them. So I went ahead and did that. There's our look at our little work corner there so far. So we have our little workbench and then our little brewing stand over there. So it's a cute, quaint little corner, at least in my opinion, anyway. So I then went ahead and put some stuff away, and that is when I started on the furniture building. So my first thing was that I made a table. That I could use as a little nightstand. So I thought that was cute. This was my first time making anything with the saw table, so I was very, very happy it worked. So I went ahead and placed that down, and then realized I wanted a double bed, so then I had to destroy that, breaking my axe and putting it back. And that is when I decided that I wanted to sleep through the night, because I really just did not want to work in the rain. And so I slept. So anyway, this is the next morning. I came out and with torches in hand, and this is where I was going to kind of light up the garden, and I was just going to get some light around the place, because even though I didn't have mobs, at least not a lot of mobs anyway, I still wanted to light the place up because it just looks better at night. And if this video does well, I will probably, and if you guys want me to, we'll do a 200 days in this world. And that will mean that we would be trying to beat the Ender Dragon, which means mobs would need to be on, which means I would need this place lit up so I don't have at least a huge mob problem, because I would rather not have that if possible. So anyway, so yeah, I just ran around getting torches, placing lights, just kind of everywhere, just to get this place some light, because it was really quite dark at night. You know, even just for working in just normal conditions, it was dark. And so I was like, you know what, we just need to light this place up. And so I was like, all right, so that's what I'm doing. So I'm just going around the garden placing torches, and then I head over to the animal pens to do the same, because again, it's just easier to have lighting, especially if the animals escape, which, by the way, they love doing. They absolutely love to escape, and it drives me absolutely insane. I don't think I've ever had a farm on Minecraft with this mod pack where animals have liked to escape so freaking much. It's honestly kind of ridiculous. So that's what I went ahead and did. Also, if you guys notice, I put a door on the side of the chicken coop. Because I wanted to be able to get in and out of the chicken coop without having to use the gate, because obviously the chickens like to escape through the gate. So I decided to put a door there to go ahead and just help with that. So I definitely think it was a good decision. I can tell you, in the future days of this challenge, it certainly helped quite a bit with me not having to be as frantic. Obviously I went through the gate here, but that's just because I was putting the torch in, and I was also lighting up inside the chicken coop, because the chicken coop was a little bit dark. At least I think I was lighting it up. I honestly don't even remember. But I should have, if nothing else. Oh yeah, I was really mad because the chickens kept putting a nest there, and I was very upset at that. Did I have is this where I put the, oh yeah, I did, I think. Yeah, I did. So this is where, because I kept getting tired of them putting a nest on the door block. So what I had to do was do that, and then I had to put a spruce plank there, and then put the door, and then I had to kill a very unfortunate chicken that decided to escape, which was a very dumb thing for them to do. But I also collected some eggs, which was good, and just getting all the animal pens lit up was also just, again, a good thing. I also tried to make my pickaxe into an egg. Don't know what that was all about. But yeah, so I headed back into the barn to put those eggs away, because I just knew if I didn't do it now, I would forget, and then I would be very upset at myself. So I also was able to put my string away too, which was very nice. So, but this is where I'm heading back to the house to do some more house decorating, which is always really fun and exciting. So but yeah, I was gonna make some kitchen cabinets and some countertops and a sink, and just really just put in some essentials, which I thought was going to be very, very, very fun. But yes, I had to put, of course, I had to put my chicken away first. Also, I can already hear you guys yelling at me, like, you need to get, like, pets, like, you need to get a dog, and you need to get a cat, and yes, I am very much so aware that I need to do those things. So I will probably be doing that in days, probably 50 to 55 is probably when I'll bring some more pets home. Because I know you guys are like, we want pets. I can already hear you guys saying that to me. So we will get pets. Don't worry. I want one too. I want a cat. And I want a kitty and I want all that. So, don't you worry. So right here, I did decide to just go ahead and make a bunch of bags of sweet feed, because I figured, we have already 3 horses, like they're not tame, but like we have 3 horses, like I might as well get kind of everything set up. So I went ahead and made lots and lots and lots of sweet feed bags, and I went ahead and filled up the bins with them. And then I went ahead and went around to all of the stalls to put grain in the grain feeders as well, because because usually I just like to do that beforehand anyway, because it just makes my life easier. So that's what I ended up doing. But yeah, so this is just me filling up those grain feeders. Honestly, I always love the way the grain feeders look filled up. Like they're very satisfying to look at when they're filled up. I don't know, maybe that's just me, but that's how I feel about it. So I was very happy to get these filled up, and I don't know, I feel like the barns look more aesthetically pleasing when all the grain feeders are full, but maybe that's just me. I don't know. But yeah, so I went ahead and filled them all up. All 5 of them, which was great. I didn't have to faff around with that too much. And then I had just enough to be able to put all of the grain in the stalls, plus or minus the bag, I believe. So that was nice. And the tack room definitely looks barren right now, but trust me, I do fix that in days 45 to 50. I do fix that, so the tack room will look a lot better here shortly. And so will my bedroom! Well, not even just my bedroom, just the house in general will look better. So it was fun. So, but yeah, I just ran around and filled up literally every single grain feeder I had. I don't know why I do this, because like usually you'd probably think, oh yeah, you just fill up the grain feeder like when you have a horse in that stall, but I'm a person that's like, okay, all the waters need to be full, all the hay bales need to be in their feeders, and all the grain bins need to be full, even before you put a horse in there. I don't know why I'm like that, but I am for some reason, and it's always kind of weird. So I don't know, like I've said before, I do have OCD tendencies, and so I think this is one of those things where it's just like an OCD thing where I'm like, okay, they all have to be full, they all have to look nice, yada yada yada, so I think it's just like one of those really weird things that I have. But yeah, I got all those done, and I think the farm is looking really good so far. You'll see in days 45 to 50 just like how good it looks once I get like some pathing in, and that kind of thing, like just how good it looks. Like the progress it's made in 50 days is honestly kind of insane. It just looks so good. So anyway, I did come back. I had to do some tree cutting and some other stuff, but I did finally get all the kitchen cabinets and the sink and everything done that way. So I started setting up my kitchen the way I wanted it, and I was just really really excited for this kitchen. I was so freaking happy with it. I was going to be super happy with it once it was done. So I was just counting here because I wanted some more cabinets. And stuff, so I went back down to the saw, and couldn't see anything that I could craft. Come to find out that I did not have enough spruce planks, which is, that's typical for me, because wood is just something that I never have an abundance of, even no matter how hard I try. So I never got ahead on wood. I don't, like, in the 50 days, coming up to these 50 days, I was never able to stay ahead on wood, and it was such a nuisance, let me tell you. So hopefully in the days 50 to 100, I can make up for that. But yeah, so I went out and saw that none of my saplings had grown, and I was really, really upset and sad. But I figured I'd just finish off the kitchen later. So I just headed back to my house to continue later on. Alright, so we are back on day 45. As you can see, I did finish the kitchen, I got a fridge in, the rest of the cabinets. I think it looks great, and I think it looks absolutely freaking cozy. I was very happy with it. So the farm's looking pretty good. So I just came out here to start day 45 with doing a full crop harvest since, just because it's a ranch and you have animals doesn't mean that you can't ignore your farm chores. So that's what I did first thing of the day. So I did all my wheat and timothy and alfalfa and all that. So after I had that done and I headed down to take care of it all, I decided it was time to finish my kitchen table because I had been abandoning it for way too long. So I went ahead and grabbed the wood that I had. I made my planks. And then I decided to finish off my table and chairs for my dining room table because I had not finished it because I had made one and that was the end of it. So, it was most certainly time. In hindsight, I did make one chair here. I should have just made the 4 originally, but oh well, I guess. But I had just made the one, and then I went ahead and finished off my 2x2 kitchen table, which I think was I think it was a good size. I didn't think it was too big or too small. So I think it worked out actually pretty good. For that. And I absolutely struggled to get through that door. I did expand it to 2 blocks wide at some point, so that definitely helped after the fact because I was just so sick and tired of getting stuck there. It drove me kind of insane, so that's when I decided to go ahead and just make it too wide, and I just kind of sucked it up and dealt with it after that. So, which I think it was the right call. To give you a little bit of spoilers, I used oak trap doors, but it's kind of bugging me now the difference, and so I think that I will probably end up changing those to dark oak, I think, most likely. So yeah. But yeah, so my next project here was to finish off getting barrels in my bedroom and the entryway because that was going to be some of the storage that I had that was on the top floor and that was accessible because I didn't want to have to go up and down into the basement because the storage room was more for just, like stuff that I didn't use too often and that kind of thing. So I wanted to finish off getting more barrels in my bedroom and in the front room so I could have some storage up on the main floor so I didn't have to deal with all of that. So yeah, that was kind of crazy. So I came out here just to check on the wood, see if any of the trees had grown, which, it's my luck, so, obviously they didn't, which was very, very, very annoying. But I did decide to go ahead and put an opening in the other side of the stable wall, because I decided this is where I wanted to put a pasture, and I didn't want to have to, drag the horses out and around, so I just decided to put a hole in the one side of the barn, because this is where I was going to put the pasture, since I figured it'd be right there, it'd be accessible, and I wouldn't have to worry about it, so I went ahead and had to go through the whole terraforming process and all that, so I'll skip that out for you guys so you guys don't have to deal with that. But yeah, so I figured out where I wanted to put the pasture, which was obviously a really, 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 really nice thing, so... Alright, so after I had done all the terraforming and stuff, I went ahead and decided to light up the rest of the barn because it was kind of dark on the other side. So I did get that light lit up, and as you can see, this is your first little sneak peek at the horses. I did change their coats. So we do have two mares. We have 2 mares and 1 stallion. So we do have that. So, yeah, so I hope you guys are happy. We have 3 horses now. So then I then went ahead and went out, placed a couple torches on the other end of the barn. And then I started doing, kind of the formatting for, what I wanted, where I wanted the pasture to be, because I felt like in our other worlds, like, we just kind of put the pastures, like, kind of far away. And it was kind of annoying, like, bringing the horses in and out. And so I really wanted this pasture to be, like, right outside of the barn. And so, you know, obviously that's what we ended up, you know, doing here, is putting the pasture, like, literally, like, right outside the barn, which was very, very nice and very, very helpful. So that was really, really nice. So when we jump forward here, this is me making our last 3 crates. Because let me tell you, it was a pain getting these crates done, but I finally got them done, and I was so happy. So we had all of our storage. I was checking out the drawers, and can you guys see what I mean about the oak trap doors? Like, they just don't look that great. After that, I did go out and I did some farm chores. So I bred the animals, harvested some crops, and did those kind of things. So, you know, just regular farm chores. As you can see, I did have quite a bit of sugar cane here, so that's what that was from. So I was able to put that away. And also, you can see I have been killing lots and lots of chickens for feathers. So we have lots and lots of string now. So it's just catching up on the Timothy and the alfalfa for us. But definitely a lot better, well stocked off than we were, because we started out with like no string at all. So I think that was pretty good. It was definitely a lot of chicken hunting and stuff like that. I went around to the villages and killed all their chickens and killed any chickens that were within radius. So, and you know, I mean, chickens drop like 2 to 3 feathers each. So, you know, I didn't take like a stupidly long time, but it was definitely good to be able to do that. So, but here I am heading out to, I fell there because, you know, it's me. I fall, you know, if you guys know, you know. But yeah, here I'm just heading out to feed the pigs. I kind of forgot it was nighttime, so it wouldn't work, which was, you know, really, really bad, like, planning in my, on my end. It was kind of bad, but it's okay. I mean, you know, it's fine. I did end up sitting on one on accident. So I ended up sitting on the pigs in their sleep, because I was like, why? You guys need to get up. But, obviously that didn't really do anything. But I did want to start putting in a round pen. And so I knew that was going to kind of be my next big project. And so I was getting all excited about that. So, but that was going to be the next little thing. So we're just going to jump to me working on that round pen. Alright, so we are back that morning. I did actually end up finishing the pasture fencing that night, because I was able to cut down, because finally the freaking spruce trees grew. Holy crap, that was like forever, and that was awful. But anyway, so we were finally able to get those trees and finish off the pasture fencing, so I did finally have a pasture. But yeah, so this is me putting in the round pen. This actually took a decent amount of time, because I messed it up the first time. Which, you know, that's my bad. It's fine. But yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys another little montage of me building this round pen. And then, it'll be pretty close to day 50 when we're done with this round pen. So, we'll go ahead and just jump right to that. So enjoy this little montage of me building our cute little round pen. All right, so as you can see there, I went ahead and got the round pen done, and I'm going ahead and just doing some pathing, just making this place look a little bit more aesthetic because I'd kind of let up on that. Now, here you'll see there is a huge time jump, and that is because we are now, I believe, on day 66. Now, that is because I went ahead and finished off the arena. Now, the amount of digging and sand gathering and all of that took was incredible. So there's the view of the arena right there, fenced and sanded and pathed and all that. I also got the round pen sanded as well. But you guys, this took an enormous amount of effort. The terraforming, the shovels, the amount of shovels I went through. I also put in a little tack space and a gate there, as you saw there. But yeah, it took me so freaking long, day and night of digging out and shovels and pickaxes, and it was insane the amount of work that went into that arena. But it is done. It is a 60 by 50 arena. I think it turned out pretty good personally, but that is why there's such a big time jump there from day 50 to day 66, I believe, was just because it was just such a big project. But it is done, and it looks absolutely fantastic. I also went ahead and redid the trap doors there, so they are now dark oak because it just was so bad and I was like so over it. So anyway, but yes, so that was from day 60 to day 66. It was just absolutely insane. It was just crazy. So anyway, but yes, so that arena is done. Super big project. I think we did really well. And right here, I'm starting to make some desensitization items. So looking into that, I also made a vet check bag, and I am now working on getting ourselves a brush so I can go ahead and finish up the tack room. Alright, so we did do a quick jump here because I realized I had run out of kelp. So right here is me coming back home from a little trip out to the ocean to go ahead and grab some kelp. So I did get about 2 stacks plus a little extra. So yeah, that was kind of an annoying bit that I had to deal with there, but I did get quite a bit of kelp that I had figured this would be enough to get us through the rest of the 100 days. So I went ahead and went inside and decided to put that in the furnace. We did then do another jump here where I had to get some leather and do some farm chores so I could get the leather to go ahead and get the rest of the item frames that I needed for our tack and feed room. This is where I did go ahead and make the rest of the desensitization items, being the brush and the pom-pom. So I went ahead and did that. Right here, I'm getting ready to search up how to make a wheelbarrow and a pitchfork, because obviously we're going to have a lot of poop if we're going to eventually be having 12 horses. There's going to be a lot of manure. There's going to be a lot of poop. So obviously we need a wheelbarrow and a pitchfork. So I go ahead and start that fun and interesting process. I don't know why here, but I searched up wheelbarrow twice. I did have to bookmark it just in case. And then here is where I went ahead and obviously misspelled it, but was looking up how to make a pitchfork, since I would need that for later as well. So here I am I headed inside to make the pitchfork and the wheelbarrow, came back out with our new pitchfork and wheelbarrow, and was able to place it in the tack and feed room, which I was very happy about. I then decided to go ahead and test out said pitchfork by going ahead and mucking out all of the stalls and the pastures. It was very satisfying, as you can probably thoroughly imagine. So it was also nice to just have the stalls clean too. So Alright, so here we jump as well, and this is where I start going ahead and making the grain feeders and water troughs and that kind of thing for the pasture. Since we now had the fencing up and going, it was time to go ahead and do that, and I had also finally made all of the bales, now that we had had enough alfalfa and timothy hay to make all the bales, and then I made 2 stacks of quality bales. I was very happy about that, because it had taken us basically half the challenge to be able to get that ready. So I was very happy to be able to finally have those. So here I am just running around making sure I have everything, and that everything is ready to go. So here I'm just looking up the recipe for the paddock feeders to make sure that I have everything ready to go. because I had forgotten the recipe, and so I had to look it up again. So here I am, there you go, making the paddock feeders. I must say, these paddock feeders, they're really, really nice, but I will say they take up so many quality bales. It always, like, hurts me whenever I have to fill them up in survival, because they take 3 full bales each to fill up. So there's, like, 6 bales, and between, like, the 4 paddock feeders, that's, like, 12 bales right off the bat. So it's always a little bit painful to me to do the paddock feeders, but it also makes it so I don't have to deal with filling them up as much so the horses can eat more, which does make it quite nice. I also made some spigots, obviously, because you, of course, need those. I had already placed 4 beforehand, but I hadn't had the spigots or the spruce planks yet. So here I am placing them. Luckily, the barrel of water, or the block of water, excuse me, was already there and ready to go. So luckily, I had already had that. Now here I am struggling for a bit to put this paddock feeder in the right spot. It took me a minute to kind of remember how the system worked, because for some reason, like, the left end of the feeder has to go, like, first on the block you want it to go on, otherwise it'll move over a block, which was kind of a rough thing for me to figure out, but I figured it out. I was able to figure it out, so I had to move some of the grain feeders because they were off a couple blocks, and then I was finally able to place the rest of the grain feeders, which I was very, very, very stoked about. So there you go. And then right here, I do go ahead and grab all of the bales, and I fill up the paddock feeders, and then I do also go through all of the stalls, filling up all of the quality bale hay nets in everybody's stalls, because obviously they're going to need their quality hay at some point. And just filling it up then was a lot easier. So, alright, so here we are, another little time jump. And this is me getting ready to put the horses out in the pasture for the very first time, which I thought was really, really awesome. This was definitely an achievement. So here I am going ahead and taking Arlo out. I do have a brush and the desensitization bells with me, because I am going to go ahead, as I take them out, go ahead and brush them and start desensitizing them to continue our bond and make our bond better. So that training them will be a lot easier in the days to come. So I did do this with all the horses, but I'm only showing you the one with Arlo because all of them were pretty much the same. Like, really nothing had changed. And so it was just the same thing with every single horse. Take them out, tie them up, desensitize them, brush them, and then go back in and grab another horse. So, but yes, so here I am after I had done some farm chores, because I had gotten wool, because I wanted to start making some halter and halter and blankets, because I knew winter was fastly approaching, and I also just wanted to get halters up, because, I mean, why wouldn't I? So this is me starting that process. So obviously I needed lots and lots of carpets, with lots and lots of dye, and that kind of thing. So I decided to go ahead and start working on yellow for Goldie, because that was going to be her color, was yellow. So I went ahead and started making the stuff for her, which was fun. So carpets, dyes, I had to keep running back and forth to the barn to grab kelp and iron, and oh man, it's always a process when I do this, to go ahead and make the blankets and all that. It's quite the process, let me tell you. But it's always a very satisfying one when it's done, in my opinion. So, but yes, this is me going ahead and doing this process, and I will just let you guys enjoy the rest of this really quickly. All right, so we did finish that, and I did get Goldie's halter and blanket done. So here I am going ahead and getting ready for our first ride of this challenge, which is crazy. It's taken so long. I definitely decided that this 100 days was going to be more building and that kind of thing, kind of getting things settled. So we didn't really do a lot of like crazy riding or anything like that this 100 days, but this was going to be our first ride of this 100 day series. So I went ahead and grabbed Goldie because I figured she was kind of like our first horse, and so I figured, you know what, let's go. We're gonna go ahead and use her for our first ride. So I went ahead and hitched her and gave her a good brush, and went ahead and put that away because I knew if I didn't, I was going to forget later. And then I went ahead and, of course, desensitized her because I don't usually do this with a lot of the horses that I do. And I decided for these, like, 100 days and on that I definitely wanted to focus on making sure that they were desensitized and ready to go before I really did anything too crazy. So I did go ahead and grab all the tack and line it up and get it ready. So this ride I knew wasn't going to be a crazy one. It wasn't really going to do anything crazy because the horses were not in good health at the moment because I hadn't really been able to feed them quality hay, which is what gives them most of their food points for the day. Because if you know, swim horses need a minimum of I think it's 120 points every day to keep them healthy and going. And they had not been getting that because the quality bales, I hadn't been able to get them for quite a while because I still had to do all the farming. And so I just, all the horses were not in the best of shape. But we were going to work on that, and they did get much, much better. Also, that baby sheep is so freaking cute. I love that one, and I'm totally keeping it. But yes, so this ride wasn't going to be huge, but this was also going to be our first ride in the new arena since I had put it up. This arena, like I had told you before, was such an insane project. It was crazy, and it was so exhausting, but it was done. I was happy with it. I think it turned out pretty good. And at the end of the 100 days, when I was able to put, spoiler alert, jumps and stuff in there, I think it just looked really, really good. So I was really happy with it. But yeah, so this ride was just going to be nice and easy. It's just going to be us walking around, and just enjoying our time. So I'll go ahead and let you guys enjoy that as well. All right, so we are back. That was, again, a really simple ride. It was just walking because she just didn't have the energy to do anything else. But we did get it done, and it was a fun, cute little ride, and it was a nice moment to just kind of slow down and do that kind of thing. So we are jumping here because I thought that it was finally time to go and rescue that poor little chestnut horse that was stuck in the village that we saw a couple days into the challenge. That was at that village that we had transported home from when we had to go and get those darn dark oak saplings. And I had promised to bring that horse home. So this was now the process of doing it. It was quite the process. Obviously it was getting all the glass for the bottles, filling them up with water, the Kentazerite, and that kind of thing. So it was definitely a process, and I'm not going to talk all the way through it. So again, I'm just going to let you guys just watch and enjoy this fun little process of going and getting our very, very handsome boy. Okay, so I had to log back on and log back off, or log off and then log back on to get this horse through the dang portal. It was such a nuisance, but we did get our baby home. So it wouldn't come through as a vanilla horse at first, and so I was like, okay, well, maybe if I turn it into a swim horse, it'll come through, and then it didn't want to come through, even though, like, it had said that it did, because there was a thing of pee on the ground, and so I was like, okay, so there's probably just, like, a bug or something going on. So I went ahead and logged off really quick and logged back on, and that is when I saw our baby. So here, well, it was a she. It was a she at first, but I did change the gender to a male because I had a very specific name for this horse that I wanted, and so I did want to turn this horse into a stallion. So I'm going to go ahead and begin the process of doing that really quickly here. Which is, if you guys don't know, in the swim mod, you can change horses' genders. So if you make a Cantazurite potion with Cantazurite, you take it and you put it in a furnace and you get Cantazurite dye. And as long as you have a brewing stand with your blaze powder, then you can make your Cantazurite potions. But if you want to change the gender of a horse, you can put in the Cantazurite potion with either blue or I believe it's magenta dye to make a male or female gender potion. So then you can go ahead and take this to the horse you want to change the gender of, and you can make it a different gender. Which honestly, when I found out about this in the swim mod, I was so freaking stoked. Like, I was so stinking happy. And so I've been using it ever since. So, like, if I ever want to make a horse into a different gender because I think that coat would suit them better, or, you know, just, like, whatever I'm feeling, then it's such a great way to do it using these gender potions. And they're so easy, too. Like, as long as you can make a Cantazurite potion, then you've got it in the bag. You just need the dyes to do it. So that is what I did here. So I went ahead and went in and changed him to a stallion. So this, everybody, is Storm. He is going to be our new stallion here. I will say, in these 100 days, I think he was my favorite horse out of the group. I just love that dapple gray coat because, and it's mainly because he reminds me of my horse in Star Stable, whose name is Storm Hope, I believe, who is also a American Paint dapple gray stallion. So that's who that reminded me of, which is why his name ended up being Storm. So that was the thing there. So that's what I was working on there. So I thought it was awesome, and I was super, super duper happy to have this horse home. So we are going to go ahead and jump ahead here, and this is where I am starting to chop down trees, because obviously, like I said in the beginning of this 100 days, I wanted to breed some babies, because who doesn't want to see babies in the swim mod? I love the baby models in the swim mod. I think they are the cutest gosh darn things. And so I wanted to go ahead and make us ourselves a little breeding pen. So obviously for that, we were going to need trees, because we're going to need wood, because we're going to need fencing. So that's what I'm doing here, is I am chopping down trees and getting ready to start the process of getting this breeding pen up and going. Usually a lot of the time is in Worlds, I will just kind of like breed them in a pasture or like in their stalls, but for this 100 days, because I knew we were going to be breeding quite a few babies, I wanted to just go ahead and make a breeding pen, because I figured that it would be easier, especially because I was planning on breeding like multiple mares at a time, and so I figured it would just be better to have them all in just like one little pasture and have the babies all in like one little pasture when like weaning or something like that came along. So I decided in this world I was going to make a breeding pen, which later on you'll see when I did some more breeding, I think was definitely a wise decision to make. So, but here I am going ahead and making a bunch of planks because, yeah, planks. So I am going ahead and making all of those. And then I'm going to be needing to make 6 here, which I believe was my next step. Or I just went down and got sticks to make all this fencing here. This was a big project. I didn't really show you guys a lot of the terraforming process Honestly, in this 100 days, I really didn't show you guys the terraforming process at all. But if you guys have seen my horse ranch videos and when I've done live streams, you'll know how much terraforming that can come into stuff like this. The amount of terraforming is absolutely insane in some of these. And although this plot of land that I chose for this 100 days farm was relatively flat, obviously there were still some sections that were just so stinking, like there's just hills everywhere, and stuff like that. And so the terraforming process was really insane for this thing. So, but yes, here I am starting the terraforming process. And doing all of that. So it was a crazy process, let me tell you. And it definitely took a couple days. And it definitely took a couple days to get this done. So here we are. The breeding paddock is done. I got all the fencing and the terraforming in. Here I am going ahead and making the hole in the wall. Because I just wanted to make this like straight off of the barn. I wanted it to be easy access. I just wanted it to just be there and ready to go. So there I am going for the hole. And here I am heading inside. To go ahead and grab the stone bricks, to go ahead and put those in the, whatchamacallit, in the floor, going out to the pasture, where the gates were gonna go. So, but yes, here I am going ahead and making, getting ready to make more feed bins, the paddock feeders, and the water troughs. As you can see, I did already have a block of water in there, which definitely made my life so much easier. And I did have a bit of a brain fart here, because I did totally forget how to make water troughs for a second, and so it took me a hot minute, but I did figure it out, I promise. I did finally figure it out and was able to just get it done. So here I am going ahead and grabbing the planks to go ahead and make the paddock feeders for our little breeding barn here. I was really proud of this little pasture project here. I thought that just, adding on a little extra pasture for the babies was a good idea. And I definitely think I will be doing this more in future, either 100 days videos that I might do, or future, just like lives that I do, because like I said again, usually if I ever do breedings, it's usually just like in a pasture in the barn. Like I don't usually have a like specific spot for breeding, but it definitely came in handy in this 100 days, and I most certainly think that I will be doing this a lot more often, and I think it will definitely be definitely a good thing. So all right, so here we are putting in the water troughs here. And making sure that everything's ready to go. Here I am just kind of counting, making sure I have enough room to go ahead and put all 8 of the water troughs in, because I wasn't quite sure if I had enough. Luckily I did. I did have enough, barely. It literally goes all the way to the fence. So I was very, very, very lucky that I had enough. I was a little bit annoyed with myself there, because I totally forgot to make spigots, and I was a little bit PO'd at myself. So I did only have 2 grain feeders here, but I did go back later on to make a third. So we did have 3 grain bins in the thing. Here I am coming back from a trip that took like 2 or 3 days to get roses, because I hadn't grabbed roses ahead of time, which was a total failure on my part, because obviously you need roses to make rose feed to breed horses, which was kind of the whole point. So I was able to go on a quick trip to go grab roses, and I got back and went ahead and got myself some roses. I also had found a coal vine, or yeah, something like that. Oh gosh, my language, guys. I'm so sorry. But I did find some coal and was able to pick that up because I knew we desperately needed coal. So, but yeah, so I did come back with the roses and decided it was time to breed for our first little baby. So I went ahead, grabbed a sweet feed, went ahead and made the rose feed, put the roses away, which by the way, I went ahead and made more roses later on and totally forget I actually had more roses in the thing, which was a total oversight on my part. Which was kind of just a funny thing. To be fair, this clip, I was recording this like really late at night, so that was part of the reason why. And I totally tried to breed Arlo and Daphne in the middle of the night, and it totally didn't work. And so I was very frustrated with myself, as you can see there. I was just like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. So I did have to run inside and go ahead and try again. And then I did realize that Daphne is the dapple gray coat that, like, for some reason I think has a bug that won't let you breed with this coat. Or she just didn't want to. I don't know. It's weird. Some swim horses are really weird. So I went ahead and grabbed Goldie, figuring that she was our next best mare, and she was the only other mare we had at the time, mare candidate to go ahead and breed with. So I went ahead and put Daphne away and went ahead and got Goldie out. So I figured her and Arlo would get along. They were kind of our first, like, 2 horses that we ever brought home. So I figured that going ahead and breeding with these 2 would be a good option, outside of the breeding with Daphne. So went ahead, make sure everybody was good. I did have to reset his breeding cooldown here. I did have to make another bag of rose feed. So here we go. And baby! Yay! I was so excited. You always, like, whenever you breed in swim, like, you always get a little bit of a rush of adrenaline when, like, you see that the mare will deliver in 30 minutes. You always get a big rush of adrenaline, which I absolutely love. I love that rush of adrenaline. So awesome. So anyway, I was busy. The snow had come, so winter had come. And so I decided it was time to go ahead and also start trying to get more halters and lead ropes and or halters and blankets, excuse me, while we were waiting for the baby, because obviously we had 30 minutes to spare. And also it was winter. I didn't want my horses to be out in the winter with no blankets on, because that's just mean. So I went ahead and decided purple was going to be the color for Daphne. So I went ahead and got wool and dye, excuse me, and carpets, and went ahead and grabbed everything that I was going to need to make a halter and a blanket for Daphne. Because I figured purple would look really good on her, and oh my goodness, guys, when I tell you, like, I'm gonna show you when I put the blanket on her, it looks so freaking good. At least it does, in my opinion. The purple was definitely a really, really good decision, and yes, I did accidentally go the wrong direction there. I'm so sorry. But yeah, so I went ahead and headed back out into the pasture and put the halter and blanket on Daphne. Doesn't that look awesome on her? Oh my goodness, it looks so good. The purple suits her so well. Oh man, I was absolutely obsessed. I thought it was a really good decision on my part to make purple her color. So I did go ahead and do that as well. I did go ahead and do some other projects and stuff like that while I was waiting, because honestly, the 30 minutes when you're trying to wait for a baby to be born can be so freaking tedious sometimes, because you just want the baby to be born already. Like, oh man, it's such a process. So yes. Anyway, but yes, I will go ahead and skip to the exciting part when the baby is born, because that's what you guys are waiting for. Okay, and look! Yay for baby horsies! Ah! We have a baby! Look how cute! So this little girl was born in the middle of the night in day... I don't even remember. I think it was like day, I don't even know. But anyway, we have our first baby. So in between some of the time, I did make Arlo his blanket and halter as well. And I had done some other farm chores. And I had realized I hadn't put spruce slabs in the little garden beds where the beans and the potatoes were. Or the beans and the, sorry, not potatoes, the beans and the melons and the pumpkins were. And so I had put slabs there, and then I decided to put a little covering in the breeding pasture, because obviously it was snowing. I don't want my horses and babies out in the snow all the time. So that is what I had been working on when I got the achievement, yay for baby horsies. I was so freaking stoked. There's nothing more special than when you're in a world and you do your breeding for the first time and you get your first baby horse. That feeling never, and I mean never, ever gets old, and I love it so much. So, anyway, here I am going ahead and clearing out the snow, because I hadn't gotten this quite up early enough to where the snow didn't get stuck on the ground. So here I am digging that out. And then I go ahead and go in, and I'm going to grab some shavings and put some shavings down, because who needs padding? Yeah, they need padding. Goodness gracious. I did think about matting that area and putting mats there, because usually um, when I do put down a covering like that, I do usually put mats underneath. But I had decided not to do that with this one, because I knew that I was going to have to go and get more black dye from squid, and I just really didn't want to do that. And so I decided to not do that, and I just decided to put the shavings directly over on the grass, which I think ended up being the correct decision to make here. And I think it looked just fine even without using matting. I think that just ended up being the better decision. And I think it looked really good in the end. Obviously, it's kind of hard to see it in the nighttime, but I do think it ended up better me just putting the shavings down on the grass. Which is really funny because it really does go against like my better judgment to do that, because I usually never do that. So I went ahead and used one last bag there, and there we go. Our little covering was done. I did go ahead and take the snow off of this one too, because I did have the little overhang there. Went ahead and got rid of the pea in there and finished off that last bag of shavings, and then we were done. So I went ahead and went in and put everything away. And just got a couple other things done for the night before I went ahead and got up the next morning, which is when our next fun little adventure go ahead and begins. So here we are back out in the morning. So I went ahead, did some chores, obviously, and now we're just going to head back in to check on the baby, who is so freaking adorable, by the way. And the baby that this mare had, let me tell you, she was, I think, the best mare, besides obviously her mother, that I had this entire 100 days. So yes, here I am grooming the little one. So she did come out a little bit of a baby. And I am going to give you guys a bit of a spoiler here. She did grow up to be like kind of an ombre bay. But I didn't really like the coat. And so I actually did end up changing the coat into another Palomino coat, because I just didn't like the bay coat. I didn't think it suited her, and so I did change the coat, just so you guys know. Because she, obviously, as you saw there, she didn't come out as a Palomino baby, but I made her into a Palomino later. So anyway, but here I am going ahead and bringing in Arlo, Storm, and Daphne, and putting them back in the barn, because I don't usually let my horses out in the winter. I usually like to keep them more in the barn, because it keeps them warmer, and also it helps me keep better track of like if they're eating or not, because you know, some horses in swim, I was talking about this in the live stream with Abby, that the swim horses kind of have their own personalities, so some are actually kind of harder keepers than others. So yes, I did go ahead and bring Arlo in and shut off his access to the run, because a lot of the horses still had bad health from not having the quality bales for a while, and so I decided to bring them in for the winter, and to keep their runs closed off so they could focus on eating, because I wanted them to get their health and stamina up. Storm was fine because I had just brought him home, so he hadn't really suffered from that. But for Arlo and Daphne specifically, and Goldie too, I did want to kind of keep a better eye on them and their feeding schedules to make sure that they ate, because I really did want their health to go up, because just doing a walking around riding isn't very exciting, so I definitely did want to do that. So I went ahead and brought all of them in, and made sure everybody was comfy and happy, and then went ahead and headed into the house, to where I decided it was time for a mining trip, because we were running low on ores, and I also wanted to work on getting the mining shaft up and ready and running. So this is when I headed down to go ahead and do that as well, because obviously in every world I do usually have a mine shaft, because it helps for just getting resources, and because I'm just not really a cave girly. Like, I will explore caves, as you guys have seen probably both in this 100 days and in my videos as well, but I honestly, like, I'm more of a mineshaft girly. So I will usually do a big old staircase down to level negative 55, because for me, that is the optimal level to be able to find diamonds and other resources, but not have to deal with lava as much, because I think everybody in Minecraft hates lava. It's such a nuisance, and it is such an absolute pain in the bum. So I did do that mining trip, and I did come back a couple days later to just go ahead and do that and get it done. So I did make quite a bit of progress on it. I didn't make as much progress as I would have liked to, but that was also because I knew that I was going to be doing at least one more big mining trip before this 100 days was over. So I was kind of okay with just being, with just like not worrying about it as much. This time around. So I did go down in the basement and made some bone meal. This is where, again, I made that mistake of getting more roses because I wanted more rose feed and completely forgot that I had roses in the tack room there. So that was my bad. But yes, so as you can see in the stall to the left there is our little Palomino girl. She did grow up, and so I went ahead and, again, like I said, changed her coat into this beautiful Palomino coat, which I will say, it is a custom one, and I think it's one of my favorites. I think it's definitely, like, one of my favorite custom Palomino coats in the game. I will say the original vanilla one isn't as bad, but I definitely like that one. For some reason, my lead rope glitched out here because I grabbed two and the one disappeared and I never found it again. So I have no idea what happened to that lead rope. But yeah, it did just completely vanish, which I honestly kind of thought that was kind of funny after the fact. But anyway, but I decided, like I said, and this is where the breeding pen becomes in such awesome handy, is it was time to breed some more horses, because I wanted some more babies before we ended off this challenge, because who doesn't want more baby horses, and who doesn't want more horses? I mean, it is an equestrian challenge after all. So I went ahead and grabbed Delilah, and that was her name, by the way. I named her Delilah. So I went ahead and grabbed Delilah and Storm, figuring that they would probably make a good baby. At least I sure thought so. So I went ahead, gave them the rose feed, and baby! Yay! So we had two babies on the way. So I went ahead and put Storm back while I was contemplating on my next breeding pair. I was debating breeding with Storm again, but I decided that Arlo and Goldie had given me such a beautiful baby last time that I had decided to go ahead and breed them again. So that is when that's what I decided. So I went ahead and grabbed Arlo and Goldie to bring them back out to the breeding pen to give them another round, to give me another beautiful baby. I was hoping for another filly out of the two of them because I only had two mares and I wanted another mare. Sorry, I wanted another mare. So I went ahead and put them in there and almost forgot to feed them the rose feed because apparently my brain just wasn't working that day. But I did give them the rose feed and another baby was on the way. So we had now two babies on the way. And this is why, guys, the breeding pen was such a good idea. Because having the two mares pregnant at the same time and having a breeding pen was fantastic instead of just having them in the stall. So, again, just that breeding pen just ended up being such a good idea. And I honestly, if you guys ever do a swim world, I totally suggest you guys go ahead and make a breeding pen. Especially if you guys are going to be doing a lot of breeding, because I definitely think it's worth it. At least to me anyway. So, but yes, here I am going ahead and making Delilah's name official by going ahead and putting it on her nameplate. I had to rack my brain and remember how to spell it really quickly, and just make sure I was spelling it correctly because I didn't want to embarrass myself quite that badly. But I did go ahead and get her nameplate set up, which I was very happy about. And now, for the most part, it was just doing chores and the waiting game, waiting for these babies to be born. So I will go ahead and jump ahead to that and getting ready for our next couple days of excitement. All right, so we are back on day 83. So the last the couple days before this, basically all I was doing was just chores. So there's just farm work, desensitizing the horses, making sure the farm was running smoothly. I did put some tie posts in both in the barn and in our little tack up area spot. So just little projects, little project details were getting done, but nothing too crazy though. But I decided it was time to go on our first little adventure. I figured it was time. We needed a change of scenery. We needed to get out of the barn, and we just needed to do something. So I went ahead and got out Storm because he was going to be our ride today. Because obviously Goldie had a baby on the way, or I think he was born at this point. I don't even remember, to be honest. So I went ahead and got Storm out, and also Storm, I think, was going to be our main mount of this 100 days. If I decide to go ahead and go to like 200, 300 days, like Storm is probably going to be the horse I take to kill the Ender Dragon. So he was the horse I definitely wanted to bond with the most, I think, out of all of this. So I went ahead, desensitized him, and groomed him, and went ahead and grabbed some tack. This wasn't going to be like a huge adventure, because I just didn't want to go too far yet, especially since we had babies, and all of that on the way. But I decided, I did want a good change of scenery, so I decided it was time. So I went ahead, took off his blanket, and tacked him up. Let me tell you guys, this horse looks so good in blue. He's such a handsome boy. Obviously, I did make him a halter and a blanket finally, and his color was white, but he does look absolutely fantastic in blue, if I do say so myself. So, anyway, so the next couple days, we went on an adventure. We found some villages and ruined portals, and leveled up our bonding quite a bit, and it was just a fun little adventure. So I'm gonna go ahead and just let you guys watch this fun little time with me and Storm. So after the annoying waypoint hopscotch process, we did finally get home. So this was a fun, cute little adventure just to get a taste of it. And let me give you a little spoiler. We do go on a much longer adventure pretty soon after. But we did get home. I went ahead and untacked Storm, who did do pretty well. He definitely did give me a little bit of fuss here and there, especially when we got stuck in that ditch. I felt so bad. I'm so sorry, Storm. I didn't see it coming until we had already fallen in, and oh man, it was quite the process. But it was a good little adventure. It was a good taste for, you know, probably the longer adventure that was to come. So we went ahead and got home, luckily right before it started to snow. So I was able to get Storm in and untacked and all nice and cozy up in his stall. I did go ahead and jump here where I did put some stuff away. As you guys saw, I did get some obsidian and decided it was time to make another portal. Because I knew that we will beat the game at some point in this world, and so we're gonna need another portal at some point. Like, that's just the fact of the matter. Like, we're going to need another portal at some point. So I decided, you know what, why not right now? So I decided to go ahead and start building the nether portal, which apparently I completely forgot the dimensions of how to do because I was off by like one height, and so anyway, it was a whole thing. And so I decided to put everything away, not realizing that it wouldn't work until a little bit later. But I did go ahead and put everything away and headed back up to the barn to put everything that needed to go in the barn that I had collected back. I then went ahead and came back down with, yes, a chicken, because I did end up killing a chicken because the chicken escaped. But yeah, so I did come back. And I decided to activate the nether portal, which is, of course, when I found out that I had completely failed to make it the right dimension. So yeah, you can see why I was, you can see me going, what? I was like, what did I do wrong? And then I then was like, oh yeah, it needs to be like one higher. And so I was like, ugh, okay. So yeah, it was quite the feat, because apparently building another portal is rocket science. I don't know what to tell y'all. It's rocket science. I don't know why. For some reason, I did click pause here. I had been doing that accidentally a lot, where I'd be pressing escape. I don't know why, but I did cut most of the times I did that out. But there were a couple times where I just, for some reason, would click it and just could not figure out what was going on. So anyway, but I did go ahead and fix up the nether portal. So I went ahead and got rid of the obsidian there, and then made it one higher to go ahead and fix it, and had to go and grab the other obsidian. And man, guys, you know, it's times like this where it's really nice when I have you guys on live, because then you guys can tell me when I'm messing stuff up like that. But I didn't have that luxury this time, so oh well, I guess. So I went ahead and put my flint and steel away, and decided it was time to just go to the nether. I wasn't going to really do any exploring. I just wanted to see where the nether portal, like, spit us out, if that makes sense. And so that's what I ended up doing. So we go ahead and transfer to the nether. I wasn't very impressed on where we ended up landing. We're not really close to anything that I could see. We weren't really close to a bastion, and like getting and hopping from place to place was going to be an absolute pain in the butt. So that was going to be a project for sure when the 200 days, if I decided to do 200 days, rolls around. It's going to be quite the project. So yeah, I was just looking around trying to see if there's any spots where like I could hop down to, and no, not really. So this was definitely going to be a project for when we do eventually decide to brave the nether, so we can find nether wart and bastions and that kind of thing. So anyway, fun stuff. So we did. I looked around. I did go ahead and come home and headed out to do some more chores. So we do come back out here and go ahead and come in And we decided to grab some more food because it was time to start preparing for our next big adventure. Because I did skip a couple days where it was literally just me doing chores nonstop. So farming and breeding animals and that kind of thing, like literally just nonstop. It was kind of crazy. So, but it was time to start prepping for our last mine trip. Our last mining trip of this 100 days and the last adventure that I was going to do, because I did want to make the last adventure a bigger one. So, but it was time to start prepping for the mining trip because I was running low on iron and I wanted to make sure that I had enough iron to go ahead and just like make it through the rest of this world and everything else. So I went ahead and started that. I went ahead and made myself another diamond pickaxe. When I made that diamond pickaxe, I actually wasn't sure if I was going to need it or not. I was just kind of making it because I was like, oh, well, the other one will break at some point, like, it's fine. And so it did end up breaking while I was down in that mining trip, so it's actually a really, really, really good thing that I just ended up, going ahead and making that pickaxe, so it ended up being a really good thing. I did head out, go do some last minute chores, came back in the next day, and you can see my notification that Abby was on Minecraft there, which was kind of funny. But yeah, so I did come back and got my food, and stuff like that, and just like generally got ready to go here. I did go ahead, and before I headed down to the mines, I wanted to check on the babies because the babies had been born, but I just hadn't checked genders. So Delilah gave us a cute little palomino. It was a colt, and Goldie gave us yet another bay, which was also another colt. So he had two colts, which I thought was really funny because I did say I wanted a filly, and I ended up with two colts. So I kind of thought that was slightly ironic, that we ended up with two colts after all that. But I wasn't mad about it for sure. I definitely wasn't mad about having two colts. They had also been with their mothers for a couple days, and so I decided that it was soon going to be weaning time. And I also took Storm back out to the pasture because I had taken Daphne and Arlo out. But I had left Storm in for a couple extra days because he was still kind of recovering from our last adventure, and I just wanted to keep him in a little longer just to make sure that he was feeling okay. I did have to kind of drag Daphne out because they had gotten stuck behind the feeder. I don't know why they do that. Swim horses are just really good at getting stuck behind the feeders. I don't know what's up with that, but they do. Yes, also, I'm sure you guys have noticed there is a glitch with the gate there. I don't know what was going on with the gate. I don't know why it did that. It just did, and it was funny because I logged back off and on a couple times to see if it would fix it, and it most certainly did not. So I don't know what was going on there. It was kind of random, but whatever, it worked. But yeah, so here I am heading back down for the last mining trip of this 100 days. So I was down there, I think from days... Oh boy, I think it was from day like 84 to like 86 or something, I believe it was. Actually, I have my notes right here. I should probably just look at that, huh? I was down there from day 85 to 88. So that was day 85 to 88 was just this big mining trip. So I was just down here mining for stuff, and stuff like that. It was literally just that. So I do go ahead and skip that to when I come back up and resurface on day 88. So I will see you guys when that happens. Alright, so we are now resurfacing on day 88. I got quite a bit done in this mining trip. I was really, really happy with it. And I actually had a lot of fun, because the last, like, 20 days of this challenge, I played all of it in one day. And it was great because I was able to do a Hunger Games movie marathon. So, I watched all 4 of the Hunger Games movies while I was doing all of this, which was an absolute blast. I enjoy doing that. If you guys ever get boring, like, playing Minecraft or something, like, you guys should just, like, do a movie marathon. I know, for another one of my Minecraft things, some of my big projects, like, for instance, in my roleplay world, that area and that barn and just like that whole world has taken me forever to do. And I think for a lot of that, what I did was I did like a Harry Potter marathon. So it's like every time I got on that world to like do a big project or do a project, I would get on and I would watch a Harry Potter movie. And I just went through like all the Harry Potter movies. It was great. It was an absolutely wonderful thing to pass the time. And I definitely don't regret it at all. But yeah, so I did go ahead and come back up from this mine trip and put everything away. I got lots and lots of good resources. So gold, lapis, lots and lots of iron, which was awesome because that's what I needed. That's the main reason I went down there, was for iron. I also got a little bit of zinc, and I did get a little bit of coal, which was always a good thing. But yes, I did get lots and lots of iron, which I was so happy about because we were running low, and I was like, oh my goodness, we need iron. So it was just a really nice thing to have that. I did hear a wandering trader who had lost his llamas when I first saw him. I did, of course, make sure that he didn't have anything of use and then dispatched of him very quickly. He apparently had fallen in love with my house and decided it was his. But obviously I was not very fond of that idea, so I kicked him out in probably one of the rudest ways possible. I then found his llamas that were in my garden. I was not very happy about that. I don't like my garden being touched at all. Like, I really, really don't. I don't like my garden being touched. So I quickly dispatched of them, which was great because it gave me 2 more leads. Because, like I said, one of my leads had magically disappeared and had never come back. I still don't know what happened to that lead. I still have no clue. But I was able to get 2 more leads, which was really, really nice. So I was able to stock up on my supply of leads. So that was that. So then after this, it was just back to kind of business as usual. So farm chores and stuff like that. I did decide it was time to bring Delilah and Goldie in because they had been with their babies for 3 or 4 days now, and it was time for the babies to be weaned. So I decided it was time to bring them back in and go ahead and take them out to be with the rest of their buddies, which it was so cool to see all of the horses out in the pasture together. It was actually really, really neat to see that. I had fun to kind of see them all out in the pasture together. Delilah did not have a blanket or halter in this challenge. I was not able to make her one. I am sorry. I did feel really bad about that. I did make a set for the 2 colts that are out in the pasture right now. I did make them their own halter and lead rope sets, or halter and blanket sets. Oh my goodness gracious. But I never made Delilah one, and I do feel really bad about not doing that. But, so I left the 2 babies out there to be weaned and find comfort, hopefully, in each other and grow up together. I was very excited to see how they'd pop up. I did think Goldie's baby was going to be the same, like, ombre bay coat that Delilah had been. And I was a little bit concerned that that would have been what had happened, but as I found out later, that was most certainly not the case. Which it didn't end up mattering because I did end up changing both of their coats in the long term. But both of their coats, even the original ones that they were born with, was very pretty. So, but I decided, since it was like day 88, 89, it was time to finish my room because, I mean, goodness gracious, we were almost at the end of the challenge and I still hadn't finished it. And so I went ahead and finished it off by making the last 2 bookshelves, which we had been working on forever to try and get because I didn't have the leather to make said bookshelves. So, but we finally had the leather and I was finally able to make the last bookshelf to finish off my room. Oh my word, that took forever. That took absolutely forever. Oh my goodness, that took forever. But I was finally able to get it done. And I did want to just finish off the rest of my room today because I knew if I didn't do it then, I wasn't going to do it, period. So I went ahead and grabbed a bunch of wool because I had gotten a bunch of wool from the village that I had explored on my last little adventure that I had gone on with Storm. So it was great. I was then trying to decide if I should do colored carpets or if I should just do a white carpet with a colored bed or if I should do colored carpets with a white bed. I wasn't sure. It just, you know, it kind of took me a while. And then I decided, you know what, we're going to do a colored bed with white carpet. I was a little bit worried that it was going to look a little bit, like, like American flag themed, because I was gonna do the blue and white. So I was a little concerned that it might look a little bit patriotic, but I was like, you know what? It's fine. It's fine, right? Because I mean, I had the wood, breaking it up, you know, I was like, you know what? It's fine. It'll be fine. So I went ahead and went back out to the barn and grabbed the dye, so I could dye my beds blue, because I mean, that was kind of the theme of this farm, was blue. Because usually with every challenge, I kind of have a theme color of what I want, like, each farm to be. So, like, I've done magenta, I've done red, I've done... oh, man, honestly, I've forgotten what other colors I've done. But I've done other colors. And so, you know, this time it was blue. This time around it was blue, was the color of this, the theme color of this ranch. So... anyway, but now it was time to go ahead, and I was going to go ahead and carpet the entire room with white carpets. Again, like I said, I was a little bit worried it was going to look kind of patriotic, but I will say, I think this room actually turned out really nice. I think this is actually one of, like, my better, cozier rooms that I've ever done. And I think it definitely turned out really cute. It's small, but it's cozy, and it looks cute, in my opinion. So, you know, honestly, right now, like, my houses and stuff does look quite bare. If I do a 200 days in this world, I will focus more on decorating and the aesthetics of the place, and not just, you know, just putting in the bare minimum. I promise, I swear. So right here is when I go ahead and decide to make the second, set of my, blankets and halters for the two little boys that are currently out in the pasture. So I'll let you enjoy that little fun process. Alright, so I did go ahead and make everything, excuse me, I did go ahead and make everything, basically, and here I am heading back to the barn to finish everything up, and then basically after this, all I did was prepped for the trip, because I wanted to take like a 4 or 5 day trip, to just explore, around the area, and just look at the new biomes that might be around, and that kind of thing. So, after I made all these halters and blankets, I went ahead and hung them up, and just kind of cleaned everything up. I did a farm harvest. I got some more food. I got my backpack. I got food, and space and everything for anything we might loot or find while we're on this little journey and stuff like that. So it was mostly just preparing for the trip, which... honestly, this trip, guys, was so much fun. I really enjoyed this, like, I think it was like a 4-day long trip that I had. And it was just a lot of fun. So I'm going to go ahead and skip to the rest of the preparation. And then you guys can go ahead and watch the fun little clips of the little journey that me and Storm got to go on to. Alright, so now that everything had been prepped, I went ahead and went to bed and woke up on day... let's see, I think it was day 90 at this point, I think. Yeah, it was day 90 at this point. So I went ahead and got ready the rest of the way and went ahead and decided it was time. It was time to go ahead and leave. This was definitely going to be a project, and I think that this adventure was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with it, and of course, me and Storm leveled up so much during this. We got to like relationship like 3, his speed went up to 3. His jump, I don't think went anywhere, but that's because I just wasn't doing a lot of jumping with him. But it also was really fun because I got to see like his full personality. Let me tell y'all, this boy is a sass. Like, he is an absolute sass. Like, if I it was crazy. Like if I was telling him to do something and he did not want to do it, he would not do it. He was such a punk about the whole thing. So he's definitely a sassy boy, which I think is funny. Again, like I said before, I love how the swim horses kind of have their own personalities. It's just kind of fun. So anyway, but it was time to properly get up and get going. So I decided to take him in the western set this time because I knew we were going to be probably going over some rough terrain. And so I definitely wanted to just be western this time. Just to have a little bit more security. So I went ahead and did that. The backpack was ready, so we went ahead and tacked up Storm and decided that it was now time to go ahead and head out. So this is going to be the start of this adventure. Again, this adventure was like 4 days long. So this was quite the feat. So, but I'm going to go ahead and I comprised some clips from the adventure, of what I thought was pretty fun about the adventure and just some exciting clips. So I'm going to go ahead and let you watch that little bit of montage, and I will see you guys when we eventually get back home. And here I am saying goodbye to our babies who did grow up, by the way, who are so stinking adorable, and we will definitely name them and all that when we get back. So enjoy this fun 4-day adventure of this beautiful world here.
tired trying at the same shit. Kinda tired trying to give a fuck. Saving grace has never hit the same end. I've been running out of luck, yeah. Said I've been running out of luck, yeah. Said I've been running out of luck, yeah. Said I've been running out of luck, yeah.
All right, so it is now day, let's see, I think it's day like 94, it should be by now. So we're coming back on day 94. It's so snowing, and we just got home. So obviously there was a lot more to the trip than just a little bit in little clips that I showed you. But we did have a lot of fun time. We saw some ruins, a couple nether portals. We saw that really pretty village, which I showed you. So it was just a really fun adventure, and it was really just cool to see, you know, some of the lands and stuff outside. Also, if you guys noticed in a couple clips, I brought home a new friend. So we do have a dog now. I did decide to bring home a dog, so we do have a dog, which I was very happy about. I decided it probably would be good for me to go ahead and bring home a dog and some pets, because I did promise you guys that I would do that. So I was able to bring one home, which I know you guys are probably super, super happy about. You guys are probably absolutely cheering at the moment. So anyway, but yes, so we got home. We were both very tired. I know Storm was definitely exhausted and probably very, very happy to be home. So I went ahead and I untacked him and put everything away. Which, you know, that was its own fun little process, but I was able to put everything away, and then I was going to put Storm back in his stall after I gave him a good groom, because let me tell you, this boy deserved it. He did really well. He definitely gave me a couple bucks and rears. Like I've said before, he is a sassy boy. So, like, if he doesn't want to do something and he's not having it, oh, let me tell you, he will let you know. He will definitely let you know. So he definitely, he gave our new dog a couple kicks a couple of times. Luckily our dog survived that, but he did give him a couple kicks. But yes, Storm is such a sassy boy. But I went ahead, desensitized him to the bag again, which I think was his last time needing to be desensitized. And then I went ahead and put him in his stall, which I'm sure he was very happy to be home, because, yeah, kind of being out in the wild there is, you know, you miss home after a while, so it was just really nice to be able to come home. We had both definitely missed home, so I did go ahead and grab another lead, because I decided it was time to bring everybody inside from the pasture, so because it was snowing, and I thought it was time, so I went ahead and grabbed everybody, which of course took me a bit, because I swear turning in and out horses takes way too long. It shouldn't take as long as it does, but for some reason it takes literally forever. I don't know why, but it's certainly a bit of a nuisance for sure. And then, yeah, Delilah got into the tack and feed room, and then, like, I couldn't get her out without, like, taking the door out. I don't know. It was a weird thing. The swim mechanics are sometimes really, really, really weird. So yeah, I tried to get her out, and she did not want to come out, so I had to, like, take a block down and take the door out, and it was quite the process. It was quite the process. But yes, she finally got out, and I was able to get her in her stall after I put the frickin' door back, because, oh my gosh. But I was able to put her back in her stall right here. And then I was able to go out and get Goldie and Daphne. I definitely had a lot of D's this time around. I don't usually put D names as much, but I definitely had D names in this farm for sure this time around. So, but yes, I went ahead and grabbed Goldie and Daphne and brought them inside. This was their last little time in the pasture. Because after this, I was just going to be doing and running around doing extra things that I just wanted to get done really quickly, which I cut all of that footage out because this video ended up being just over 4 hours long, so I didn't put in a lot of that, but I did go ahead and just do some last minute stuff. So I changed the horse coats, and did stuff like that. So just a lot of fun stuff. But yes, I got all the horses in and did all that. and it was just really good stuff. So alright, so moving on here, I decided since the challenge is almost over, it's definitely time to name tag everybody, because not everybody had gotten a name tag yet, and we had a new dog, and stuff like that, and it was time to get everybody name tagged. So this is me going and starting and working on that. So I name tagged Storm. He was my first to name tag, and then I went ahead and started going inside the house so I could make more name tags, so that I could name all the horses and get them done, and also so I could get the horse coats for our 2 new boys that were grown up, because I did want different coats on them. So I did go ahead and sleep that night, so this is now day 95, I believe. So we had 5 more days of the challenge. Can you believe this, guys? Absolutely crazy. So I did my chores, and then came back in and then started on the name tagging process the rest of the way. And I also put everything away from our trip, because we did get a good amount of loot, including a clock. So I was able to get the clock in an item frame, and then I also made another item frame to give myself a calendar, because I do use a seasons mod, and so I did use that for that. So that was, I think, a good little addition, and it made the house, in my opinion, just look a little bit more homey, in my opinion. So I did kind of have to look for a good spot for it, because I didn't really have room on the other side of the door. So I put the clock there, and then where the other item frame is where I ended up putting the calendar. So but I did put my backpack away, which was nice, and then I kind of had to move our dog over because he was kind of in my way. Which, it's not his fault. He's just, he's just a little bit dim. It's not his fault. So anyway, but yes, so I went ahead and grabbed a bunch of lapis because I didn't know how much I needed. But I did know kind of what I wanted the new horse coats to be. I know I wanted a dapple gray because I had seen a dapple gray coat, which that same dapple gray coat is actually in the thumbnail, I believe. But I had seen that dapple gray coat, and I was like, oh, I forgot how pretty that is. And so I decided that's what I wanted for one of them. So I went ahead, and it was time to cycle through coats. So here we go. This is always a fun process, especially when you have like so many custom coats to go through. It's kind of crazy. I did almost debate going with this dapple gray coat, but I wanted the original, like vanilla one, so that was the one that I was looking for here. I didn't quite know where it was, because I hadn't cycled through the original coats in quite some time, so I was a little bit nervous I would, like, pass it, but I actually was able to find it first try, and I didn't have to go back into the house to grab redstone, which I was really happy about. So there's our first one. And then we have this pretty boy who turned out to be like a brown pinto, but I wanted a different coat. So I was just fiddling around. I did know that I had the cyan blanket and stuff, so I did want the black horse, so I did get the black horse there. And then I did decide on some names for them already, at least for the one. The other one, it kind of took me a second. And then, so the inspiration for the second horse's name comes from our streams, actually, because a lot of my channel members and subscribers are big fans of Sebastian Stan. If you know, you know, and if you don't, then I feel very sorry for your very sad life. But a lot of us have a big crush on Sebastian Stan, and we think he's like one of the hottest guys alive, which he totally is. And for those of you who don't agree, shame on you. Shame on you. I'll show you his name here in a second once I get Crow inside, which I did end up naming him Crow. And the reason I named him Crow was because that was actually his name, like when I got his custom coat. That was like his custom coat name, and I thought that suited him because obviously crows are black. So I figured that would be a good name for him, except for some reason I really struggled to spell it. But anyway, so this horse, I ended up naming him Seb. for Sebastian Stan. I didn't want to name him Sebastian because, like, that's just long. Like, his full name is Sebastian. Like, that's his full name. But I didn't want to write out Sebastian, so I named him Seb instead. So his name is Seb, short for Sebastian, named after Sebastian Stan. So, yeah, so we have a horse named after Sebastian Stan. And for those who think that's utterly ridiculous, y'all can just suck it up and deal with it. I really couldn't care less. So, these are our 2 new stallions, Seb and Crow. So they are our last 2 babies of this world, of this 100 days. They're so handsome, and if I do a 200 days in this world, I absolutely cannot wait to go ahead and train them up. I think they're going to be beautiful, and when we breed them and do stuff like that with them, hopefully in 200 days, it's going to be amazing. They're going to be such gorgeous horses. Like, they're just going to be so freaking pretty. So they're just going to be awesome. So anyway, but here, I just started doing some chores, and stuff. So that was fun. Again, like I said, I did a lot of just kind of in and out work, of stuff that kind of needed to be done, kind of didn't, that kind of thing. And I also wanted to get a dog treat because I do have the Doggy Talents Next mod. So here I was finally able to get the dog treat and feed it to our new companion, which I was very, very happy about. But of course I had to put the chicken and everything else away because if you know, I have OCD tendencies. And so if I don't put stuff away and I don't have a clean inventory, it drives me absolutely insane. So I had to do that first because I'm just an organizational freak, because that's just what I am. But then I was able to feed him our bone, and I was so freaking happy with that. It was so nice to have a dog. I was so freaking happy. So next was choosing what coat and name for this dog. It was a male. It was a male dog, and I decided I wanted a husky. I was going to look through all the coats like I was doing here, but then I kind of thought about it, and I was like, yeah, you know, I want a husky. So I went ahead and searched up the husky coats, and kind of was going back and forth on, like, which one that I wanted. I couldn't really tell the difference between, like, some of them. I just really couldn't tell the difference, but I did finally find one that I decided on that I really, really liked. So I went ahead and picked that one, and I went ahead and I had to really think about a name for a second. Like, I really did. I kind of had to think about it because I was like, oh my goodness. And I decided to name him Smokey. And Smokey, the name comes from my personal cat, whose name is Smokey. So that's where his name came from. I did make him a dog bed and a dog bowl and make sure he had food and everything he would possibly need, which I was very, very happy about. So here I'm going ahead and deciding to make the calendar, because it did take me a minute because I got sidetracked with everything else. Luckily, though, I had already had the paper for the calendar, because I had all the paper from making the bookshelves, for my room. So luckily I already had a good amount of paper, but I was able to make that calendar, which was really nice because I was getting a little tired of the winter, and I was really, 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 really hoping that it would be spring when I ended up this 100 days, which, by the way, it was, and I was so happy with it, and it was just so beautiful. But yeah, so here I am starting and going ahead and just doing stuff. So I took a waypoint down to the mines and did a couple other things. And here I am coming to the village because I decided it was time to bring home a cat. I decided it was time to bring home a cat. So I first saw this black and white one that I really wanted. There was a gray one that I did, spoiler alert, end up bringing home. But I wanted this black and white one at least. And this one was a little stubborn thing. This one wanted a lot of fish. But I was finally able to tame it. And then I was going to bring this one home. And I did look around for the gray cat because I was like, you know what, it'd be nice to bring 2 home. But, like, if I can't find it, like, it's not, like, quite that deep, you know. But I was like, you know, I would like to bring the other one home. So that's what I'm doing here is I'm just looking around for that other cat because, I mean, it's a cat. I love my kitties. Like, I love kitties so much. I have 3 at home. For those who know me well, I do have 3 cats at home. I have a cat named Mango, I have a cat named Smokey, and I have a cat named Missy. So I love my cats so much. They are my children, and I love them to bits. And they all have their own cute little personalities, and they're so stinking cute, and I love them so much. But, so yes, I love my cats. I just love having cats. So I looked around, and I was just about ready to give up when I spotted it. And I was like, okay, it's right here. Like, I might as well bring it home. So I brought out my fish, praying that this cat wasn't going to be as stubborn about being tamed as the other one was. And this cat was a little bit more stubborn about coming up to me, but it did finally come up to me, and I was able to tame it with 1 fish, which was great. Now, let me tell you, getting these cats home was a freaking process. I had to go home, I had to get leads, and then I had to jump from village waypoint to village waypoint, and finally I was able to walk them home from the village near my house. So both of our cats were now finally home. Oh my goodness, it took me like 10 minutes just to get these cats home. It was such a freaking nuisance, but I was thrilled I had them home, and I was thrilled when I came home because the snow had started to melt, which I was very happy about because I really wanted to end off this 100 days in springtime, because I feel like Minecraft Spring in this season's mod is just like, it's so gorgeous to me, and I love the springtime in the seasons mod that I have. So I was very thrilled about that. But I was able to get the cats home, and I was trying to scoot this one off the bed, which I did end up naming her Mittens, by the way. So the black and white one was named Mittens, and the gray one was named Lacey. So I did have 2 females, probably a little bit of an oversight on my part, but that's okay. But I did make the last 2 name tags, for the horses right here. So here I am getting Delilah's up, and I'm making sure I'm spelling it right because I don't want to have to make a mistake and then you guys screaming at me later, because I know that will happen, because if I ever spell something wrong, you guys definitely nail me for it whenever we're on a stream. So I'm just looking it up real quick, making sure I'm spelling it correctly, and I had been spelling it correctly, so I was very proud of myself for that. And then I was also able to name Crow and Sebastian, aka Seb. Well, I guess it's Seb, aka Sebastian. So anyway, oh my goodness, fun stuff. But yes, I did get them name tagged, and then I forgot because I was gonna name Seb, and then I forgot. Oh yeah, I never name tagged Daphne, so I took Crow's name tag and redid it to be Daphne's name tag. I also made sure I was spelling that one correctly because for some reason my brain just like blanked out here, but I did get it correct. I did double check it, so I did spell it correctly. So I was able to name tag Daphne here. And then I went ahead and made more name tags for Crow and Seb. And then I made 2 more for Lacey and Mittens. So that's what I was doing here. So it was fun stuff. But they were all name tagged by the end of it, which I think was a very good thing. So that is what I was doing here. Alright, so we went ahead and jumped ahead. I did do a couple other things. Again, like I said, I did a lot of chores and stuff like that. So that's kind of what I had done. But now, I'm not going to show all of it because it was quite the process, but I started setting up the stuff in the arena because I had made a measuring tool. So I went ahead and put a bunch of jumps into the arena to make it look really cool. And I think this arena honestly turned out really, really nice. I actually was really proud of the work I did because most of the time when I do arena layouts, like, I usually honestly, quite frankly, don't do that good of a job, at least in my opinion. I usually try, but I feel like in Minecraft, like, doing the jumps and stuff here, like, I don't know why, but, like, for some reason I feel like it's so difficult. But this time I think I succeeded pretty well at it. So that's what I was doing here, was I had set up the entire arena, which was crazy. Alright, so this, I believe, is day 99. So this was our last day. Again, like I had said, I was running around doing a bunch of other things. Like I had go ahead and put the rest of the chests up in the basement. I had, again, like I had said, put all the jumps back up in the arena. and stuff like that. So I had done a bunch of stuff. But now it was time for our very last ride of this 100 days. I decided because Goldie was our first ride, she would be our last. So I went ahead and bridled her, but it wouldn't let me ride her bareback, which was weird because I think in an earlier version you could ride them bareback with no saddle, but it's okay. I went ahead and just went into the tack room and grabbed the rest of the gear. I wasn't going to do anything fancy with it because I just wanted to ride and just have fun with it. I just didn't want to do, just anything else that way. So I went ahead and grabbed the rest of the gear, and got ready because it was time to do our last ride in this 100 days. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I'm really proud of the work we got done in this world for 100 days. I mean, like I said, this barn was such a big project. The barn, the arena, like everything here was such a humongous project. I did a lot here, which is why this 100 days might have not have been so exciting. Just because a lot of it was just building, getting the infrastructure up, We didn't do a lot of exploration and horse training and stuff like that. But I am sincerely hoping that if I do a 200 days, those 200 days are going to be mostly riding, training, and just enjoying the world, instead of like having to rush around and get all the infrastructure put up. Because we already did most of the infrastructure. But yes, anyway. But yeah, so this is our last ride with Goldie. I did just go ahead and suck it up and do it in the rain. And this was our first time using the arena setup that I had set up. So I put up some ground poles. I'd put up some kind of lower poles, some higher poles. I did put one big jump in there just for kicks and giggles because, why not? So this was just our fun little last ride. So I'm just going to let you guys enjoy the little piece that we had on this last ride of this 100 days. All right, that was definitely a beautiful ride, even though it was raining. So I went ahead and took Goldie back in. As you saw, I did give you a little nighttime overview of the property. I think this property absolutely has been amazing. Like, the transformation it's taken from like a bumpy, overgrown field to a beautiful barn and house and just everything. Like, I think this area's made a really pretty transformation. We still have a lot of work to do, but just, this world has come so far, at least in my opinion it has, and I think I've done a good job on it. You guys will have to tell me what you think, but I think I did a good job. But I went ahead and put all the tack away, and just kind of started saying goodbye to everything. So our beautiful tack room and feed room and, and just everything that way. I did go ahead and decide to do my evening chores for the last time, which was so sad. I couldn't believe it. This was the last time I'd be doing these chores in these first 100 days. Of course, I knew that I would be back eventually, but, it's always a little bit bittersweet. So I went ahead and went into all the stalls and gave the horses a good groom and made sure to fill up all of their feed and water buckets in the middle of the night, even though they were sleeping. But that means that their breakfast would be ready to go when they woke up, which I don't think they would be too disappointed about personally. I know I wouldn't be. I mean, if I woke up and breakfast was right there, I know I would be very, very happy. So, but that is what I was doing here, and I was just saying my own cute little goodbye to each of the horses, and little Goldie, she's so cute. And Goldie has been such a good mother, too. She's given us some beautiful, beautiful babies. Delilah, especially. And I said goodbye to my Storm. My big boy. He's such a oh, man. I love Storm, guys. I don't know about you, but I think he's my favorite horse of the save. I know I shouldn't be picking favorites, and I know that we've still got, like, seven horse stalls plus left. But, like, I couldn't, like, I think Storm was going to be my favorite. I think Storm is going to be my favorite. I really do. Oh man, I love him so much. But yeah, I think Storm's my favorite. So anyway, but yes, I went through and gave them all a good groom. Made sure their water and feed and all that was topped up and ready to go, for when we eventually come back. But, just a beautiful world, and I don't know about you guys, but this world was so much fun. It was definitely a lot more calm because we didn't have monsters involved, which probably if we come back for 200 days we will. But I went ahead and did say goodbye to my tack room. I was so sad, and made sure Smokey came with me, and I just decided it was time to just close everything up and make sure that everything was ready to be shut down for day 100 when that came in the morning. So I went ahead and made sure all the gates were closed, and everything was nice and tight, and just made sure everything was good. And then it was time to go ahead and head inside and sleep the last night in my house, which was just so freaking crazy to me. It was just, oh man, it was insane. But yeah, so I went ahead and got Smokey into his bed and went to bed, and then we woke up on day 100, and I will do my little outro there in the morning. All right, it is day 100. We have made it through 100 days. This world was so amazing. We had amazing pets. We had Smokey and Mittens and Lacey, and we had all of our horses, and just everything was so beautiful. This area just turned out gorgeous. With our garden, the barn, the arena, just everything was just so perfectly beautiful, and I absolutely love it. So I hope I will be able to come back for 200 and possibly 300 days in this world. You guys will have to let me know what you think about that, because in the long run, it is up to you guys as subscribers and as my channel members, because I do trust you. Just FYI, I know my editing probably isn't that great. I am still working on doing editing. It is not my favorite thing in the world. And so I have tried to work on it. So I'm sorry if that's not great. But I did try. But I hope you guys enjoyed this 100 days. If you guys want this world file, it will be up on my Ko-Fi, just so you guys know. My Discord server, Ko-Fi, and GoFundMe links are all down in the description. But I hope you guys enjoyed this 100 days. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful rest of your week, and that you guys can stay happy and stay positive. And I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.